Oh, I didn't realize I've been muted this whole time, guys. I haven't had coffee this morning. Bummer. Oh, well, I was saying some really nice stuff while I was muted. That's kind of a bummer. Well, good morning. Let me start over. Good morning. It's really great to see all of you. This is the last day of Quilt Fest coverage. Yeah, Patty, there I am. I'm getting there. I need coffee. I need coffee this morning, but it's fine. We're going to make it work. So thank you all so much for watching our broadcast, all of our coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. This has been an absolute whirlwind weekend. So I hope that you have enjoyed the virtual aspect, and it has been such fun hosting this virtually and hanging out with all of you while we're watching all of these incredible demos by all of these fantastic demonstrators. And I told you I would do it. My Halloween quilt is hanging up back here. It's a little wrinkly, but we did it. We did it. It's baby's first quilt. She's got some issues, but we love her anyway. And I wanted to hang it up since it's Halloween, trying to get into the festive mood. So again, thank you all so very much for watching. If you're new around these parts and you haven't, maybe you've just found us because of our Quilt Fest coverage, make sure that you're following us on social media. Go ahead and like us on Facebook. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't yet. And please make sure that you are clicking the bell on both of those so you can get notifications anytime we go live, because we do go live once a week. We don't just do Quilt Fest coverage. We do a show called the AllBrands Show every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central. So it's full of education, amazing educators. Some of the educators that you've seen this weekend have joined us in the past and will join us more in the future. So if you'd like to see some more of them, and if you'd like to see more of us, make sure that you are following us on all of our social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel is AllBrands Corporate. Our Facebook page is allbrands.com. And that's really it. That's really all I've got in terms of announcements. We have a slightly smaller day today. Let's take a look at our schedule. This is our Sunday schedule. So we've got Amanda Murphy up first with another fantastic demo of Laurastar's amazing ironing systems. Then we're going to be talking with Quinn to learn a little bit more about Sew Steady Westalee's fantastic rulers. Then we're going to go into some more brother products. We're going to have Jerry Granata back again talking about the Stellaire, and Cindy Hogan talking about the ScanNCut and the BES software. Then Becky Thompson is going to be joining us for the last time this weekend at 12:30. You know her, you love her from Power Tools with Thread. She's going to be talking about simply applique again today. And then at 1 p.m. we've got Barb Mikolajczyk talking about the Luminaire XP1. And after that, we've got Coleen Swettman doing a fantastic demo on Brothers multi-needle embroidery machines. Then for the rest of our day, we're going to have 2 virtual demonstrations. We're going to have Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden showing us an awesome way to make a sewing machine mat, something you can put under your machine with a little pocket in it for notions and what have you. And then after that, we're going to have Heather Banks demoing another brother machine that you can purchase online. We're going to be talking about the SDX225F, which is available online right now. So don't miss that. And that's really all we've got going on today. It's a bit shorter of a day, but it's still going to be jam-packed with information. So let's go ahead and say hello to some folks in the chat while we are waiting for our folks in the booth to get ready. We've got Lori saying hi, y'all. Hey, Lori. Diane says hi from Michigan. Hi, Diane. We've got Patty over in Aurora, Illinois. Great to see you. Really great to hear from you. We've got Sonia watching from Puerto Rico. Great to see you, Sonia. Erin saying good morning. And yes, Lori is over in Montgomery, Illinois. We got a lot of people in Illinois watching today. It's really fun. Patty, thank you so much. I worked really hard on this. I'm very, very proud of it. I am incredibly proud of it. Yes, Marilyn, spooky Halloween from Pittsburgh. Yes. Good morning, Diane from Australia. Joanne Benko. Hi, Joanne. It's really great to see you. And thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. We've been working really hard, and I'm glad that all of our hard work is paid off. Thank you. We've got Anne from Austin, Texas. Thank you so much for tuning in today, Anne. you guys, this has been such a fun weekend. I don't know what your favorite part of the weekend has been, but I'd love to hear about it. So go ahead and drop that down in the chat too. I want to know what your favorite part of the weekend was. Before we wrap up, I wanted to let you all know that we are running some giveaways. I've been talking about them all weekend, but I wanted to plug them one more time. So we are giving away a Brother BQ 950. Yes, one of the machines in Brothers Quilt Club collection. It is a fantastic sewing and quilting machine, and we are giving it away to one lucky winner after the festival is over. So you can enter a few different ways. You can, one of the, needs coffee. One of the ways that you can enter is by texting giveaway. That's all one word, giveaway. It's scrolling across your screen, the bottom of your screen right now. You can text giveaway to 225-330-7441. And again, that number is scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. That is the number you can text for the BQ 950 giveaway. And we just dropped a link in the chat for the other way that you can enter into this giveaway, which is filling out the form that we've got down there in the chat. Go ahead and click that link. It'll take you to a form. Fill it out. It's free, no catch. That's it. That's all you need to do. Just fill out a form or text the number and you will be automatically entered into our giveaway of the BQ 950. So get excited about that. And again, you guys, I also wanted to mention that we are still running that mask decorating competition. Now, unfortunately, we have had some issues with social media submissions. They're not showing up in the in our gallery, unfortunately. So if you want to submit, I would recommend submitting it again and just uploading the image straight to our website. That way everyone can see it and people can vote on it. So, oh, thank you, Joanne. Thank you so much. I'm really happy. I love this thing so much. It's like, it's on my couch. I'm obsessed with this thing. I use it pretty much every night. Love it. So the way that you can enter into the mask decorating competition is take a picture, or you take a mask, a CDC approved mask. So it could be just a regular old face mask, like an N95, or you can make one with something like a tightly woven, like quilting cotton, something like that. And decorate it spooky or Halloween or fall themed, kind of like this awesome quilt behind me. And then you're going to take a picture of that and upload it to our website at allbrands.com/mask. That banner, I'm going to go ahead and scroll that link across the bottom of your screen right now. That is the link that's where you can go and submit your image of your mask. Now, after you've submitted your image, get people to vote on your mask. All you need to do is go to the gallery at the bottom of the page, click on the image of the one you want to vote on, and then you can hit vote at the very bottom of that pop-up, and then you will get voting. You will go ahead and get your vote in. Yes, I can go ahead and scroll that number across. This is the giveaway number. Here you go, Patty. I hope that helps you. So that's all you need to do to enter in the mask giveaway or the mask contest. Now, for those, for the winner, the person who gets the most votes, you are going to be winning 4 different things over $1,000 in prizes. You're going to be winning the SE 1900, a dime magnetic frame. There we go. A Durkee flat cap frame and a steady mask template. So those are all that we are giving to the lucky of our mask decorating competition. I definitely recommend go ahead, join, sign up. You got nothing to lose if you got a cool mask lying around or you just want to decorate something for spooky season. Maybe you don't have a Halloween costume yet, so you whip one up real quick before the festival ends today. And again, I wanted to tell you that the voting and entries are going to end November 3rd at 11:59 p.m. So get your votes in, get your submissions in, get everything in, and we are going to announce that winner the day after voting closes, November 4th, on the AllBrands show. So yeah, that is that. Those are really all the big announcements that I've got. We are just waiting on Amanda Murphy to get started with her demo. It looks like we are still setting some things up in the booth over in Houston. But y'all, yeah, I love this quilt so much. I'm like really proud of it. And yes, it is really, really fun to piece hexagons, although I kind of cheated. I did trapezoids. You can kind of see it on this one. The line, the stripes aren't all that matched up. But I did trapezoids because I really was too scared to do those Y seams. I did not want to join those at all. So I was lazy and I took the easy way out. But regardless, I've learned a lot. This was a nice, fun first quilt to do. And yeah, you can't really see them. There are spider webs in here, but you can't quite see them on camera. Unfortunately, they're not picking up. But they look really good in person. I'm just throwing that out there. So let's see. That's what we've got. I don't believe we are ready over in Houston just yet. But you guys, I did want to tell you that all of our Quilt Fest specials will be going away November 1st. So if there's anything you've seen over the course of the weekend, anything at all, please go ahead and visit us, or not visit us, go to our website, go online at allbrands.com/quiltfest. These are where all of our show specials are going to be. And you can go ahead and, you can go ahead and shop everything that we've got over on there. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you, actually. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for y'all really quickly. So this is let me share my screen so you can see it. And I think we're good. Yep. Okay. So this is our Quilt Fest flyer. These are all of the specials that we are running. This is all the specials that we are running until November 1st. So go ahead and scroll your way through this. This is 30 pages of specials, of bundles. We've got financing on all of these awesome top of the line machines. So exciting. Barbara Jones just says, hi, watching from a class upstairs. You all have to get a shot of Margie. She's created an awesome costume. Barbara, I have to see that. I need to see it. I need to see it on the stream. So I'm going to see if we can get Barbara Douthit to hop and grab Margie so we can all see her costume. I thought about dressing up today. I'm not going to lie to you. I really did. But I was like, no, we're going to go for comfort. We're going to go for comfort instead. Yes. And yeah, I tried to do that, Joanne. I really did. Here, let me go ahead and take this off really quickly. I tried to match up patterns as best I could. Obviously with some, I really couldn't. But this one ended up matching up really, really well. There were a few in there where I was like, yeah, I can do that. But I started getting a little frustrated with it, got kind of lazy. That's on me. Yeah, it sounds like we are having some weird audio issues with the booth over in Houston. So we are trying to get that fixed right now. And we are going to just hang out. In the meantime, I am getting in touch with everybody over in Houston right now to see what is going on. But sounds like we are having some mic issues with our setup, which is okay. That's fine. We are going to just, oh no, you're stuck with me in the meantime. Yes, Houston, we do in fact have a problem. Oh my gosh. Yes, that's very, very true. So yeah, that's we are getting that set up for you. We want to make sure that you guys can hear what is being said, because it is, I know it's kind of loud. If you've ever been to the Houston Quilt Fest, it's always really jam-packed and full of people. So without that mic, it might be a little bit difficult to hear. So we want to make sure you can hear. Yes, get to spend some time with me and all of our other fellow sewists, stitchers, etc. Guys, do you have Halloween costumes this year? I want to know what they are. I do want to know what your Halloween costumes are, if you're doing anything for Halloween, or if you did do anything for Halloween, because I know it falls on a Sunday this year. It's a little strange. I know there were some folks having party togethers last night, but if you did have a Halloween costume, or if you do have one planned for tonight, please let me know. And I want to know what it is. And, you know, we do, this is actually a really good time to bring this up. We have a Facebook group dedicated to sewing, quilting, etc. projects. Okay. If you are not part of it, it's called Sew Forum. I'll see if we can get a link to, well, the link to join that is actually already in the description of this video. Let me go ahead and link it here in the chat for you. Oh, my link is goofing up. All right. So we actually do have a Facebook group for any sort of like support, questions, hey, what's up? I made this project, you know, that kind of thing. Any sort of information and advice about sewing and embroidery, quilting, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to drop that link to Sew Forum in the chat right now. Let's see. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and drop that in there right now. And then you can click that link. And if you haven't joined our Sew Forum group, absolutely do. We have so many people in that group. I don't know how many we've got at the moment. We've got almost 4,000 people in that group right now, just offering support, guidance, help on sewing, quilting, embroidery, you name it. You name it. You name it, they have got help for it. And I personally, I really do love using Facebook groups for my sewing help or quilting help, embroidery help, whatever. Even if it's just a little bit of inspiration or necessary, any necessary tips and tricks. All right, it sounds like Amanda is ready, so let's go ahead and bring her on.
Okay. Okay, so are you catching? Okay, we're rolling. Okay, my name is Amanda Murphy, and I'm a fabric and quilt designer. I design fabric for Benertex and quilting designs for OESD, and I do ruler work, and I am an expert for the Bernina long arms. So I use this ironing system, the Laurastar Smart U, for a bunch of different things. I don't do a lot of utilitarian sewing. I like to make quilts. So I'm going to show you how I use the Laurastar in my own work. And one of the things about the Laurastar Smart Use is the ironing system. And by that, I mean the board actually has features that are part of the system. There's a fan underneath the board, and that has features as well. It works in tandem with the iron itself. So when I get fabric for a fabric line, I get hundreds of yards at once, and I do pre-wash all my fabric. If you're not a pre-washer of fabric, but you buy wide back, the 108-inch wide back, this is just a quilting tip. I would definitely recommend that you pre-wash the wide back, because wide back has a bigger shrinkage rate than regular cotton. So I wash my fabric and I get it damp dry in the dryer, and then I iron it all selvage to selvage. And the reason I do that is because I'm showing quilting designs and I'm showing long arm quilting. I don't want the stuff to shrink when it gets, you know, placed by TSA on an airport floor when I'm traveling. So the first thing I'd like to say that I love about this ironing system is and what that means is steam is so hot it doesn't drip on your fabrics. And of course that's where you get distortion with fabrics if steam's not hot enough. So this steam is really hot and dry. The other thing is the iron itself is very lightweight because the boiler is under the board. So because that boiler is under the board, I can iron yards and yards and yards of fabric without tiring out. And right now I'm going to put it like I would for ironing yardage on something called ScanNCut. And what ScanNCut does is it steams as you go forward, and applies heat as you go back, which really presses the fabric. And so when I'm ironing selvage to selvage, I like to put this board in the blow mode, and it's really easy. The way I change the mode of the board is by pushing this front button. So did you see how it just sucked the board down? I put it in the blow mode when I'm ironing yardage. Now, one of the things I love is I can iron multiple layers of yardage at once. And I didn't believe this worked when I first saw it, but it works really well. You can open up a few fat quarters at a time, maybe 4 or 5, and it will apply the steam through all these layers, which really cuts down on the ironing time. Now, as I said, I love the fact that this is lightweight. And I'm basically ironing all these layers at once. And you can see it gets the back and the front, okay? And that will work for multiple layers. So that's one way that I use the ironing system. I also use it in my piecing. And when I'm piecing, I like to change it. So you saw that this was in the blow mode right now, right? There's a fan underneath that's blowing air up the board. When I'm piecing, I like to set it in the vacuum mode. And that's sucking this steam down. And so when it does that, you can actually see the steam coming out the bottom of the board, and it sucks that in. And what that lets me do, I'm going to change this to be more of a manual setting, and it's going to have pulsing seam. If I am holding open a seam, I can actually get really, really close to my fingers because it's sucking the seam. I don't know, can you guys see it come out the bottom of the board? And I've never been able to do that with the ironing system before. It sucks it straight down into the board. Now, during the pandemic, you know, everyone's home and everyone's sharing our sewing tools. I'm not a fan of that, but I had to share with my family. We all use this iron to steam our masks because it kills 99.9% of bacteria and it kills virus. So everyone came over and used this, but one of the reasons I love it is because you know how you have a good sewing iron and your family uses it and they fill it with water, and what do they not do? Empty it. And then your iron gets all rusted and it's so annoying. So actually with this, the water, this is the water repository. And there's a filter in it. And I do change the filter every couple of months. You can tell when you need to change it. It just depends on how much ironing you do. You know, just like water filters, they get discolored after a number of months. It's catching all the tap water sediment that you don't want in your ironing system. So you can tell when it needs to be changed, but you can leave the water in when you walk away until the next day when you turn it on again. Because it's not sitting in the metal part of the iron, it's sitting in this plastic container. The only upkeep you really have to do is every once in a while, you run clean water to descale the boiler when it's not hot, because it gets really hot. But actually, so no one got in trouble in my house for not emptying the water out of their iron. Another thing I like to use the dry microfine steam for, in addition to just steaming garments, is fusible applique. So have you guys ever fused applique with a steam iron and the paper bubbles? Because like water, like that wasn't hot, to that paper, and the paper doesn't like the water. You guys taught me a trick with this that I use all the time for fusible applique. So I have these pieces, they already have the fusible web, but just say I was applying the paperback fusible web to this fabric. What I like to do is apply the steam first, just hover over my paperback fusible web. That activates the glue. Then without steam, I press the iron down like you normally would, 3 to 5 seconds or whatever your fusible requires. And it makes a really good bond, because have you ever used the paper and when you try to peel it off, it doesn't quite peel off, right? This gets it every time because you're activating the glue with the steam first, and then you're putting it down. And I do the same thing when I'm applying, you know, when I get a gel manicure, which is not what I have at home. I have no fingernails to apply things to. Okay, so I put it down, and then I would steam it, and then I'd apply the heat. So I use it a lot for applique. I also use this system for steaming batting. So a lot of times when I do this, I have it in the blow mode. I sometimes use, for smaller pieces where it wants to fly off, I might use vacuum mode. But oftentimes I'll use it on the blow mode. And you know how like wool batting, some of them don't like direct heat? You can steam it instead. And now I'm using that pulsing steam to steam out any crumples in my batting. The last thing I like to do is use this to either block quilts or to sanitize them when I get home, because my quilts travel and things happen. People touch them all the time, etc. And so a lot of times I will just sanitize by steaming them on the board. And normally with a heavy quilt, I would again use that blow mode, which you changed with that front button, right? And I would just steam over it like this, okay? But the steam is, as I said, it's dry, so it's not gonna distort the water on the fabric. And that's basically how I use the Laurastar system. I did want to mention, for those of you who do like to do the utilitarian sewing that I'm not very good at, there's a protective plate that you would put on the iron if you were dealing with delicate fabrics. It's just one setting as far as heat goes, and it actually works. If I'm doing something like a silk shirt or something, that's what I would use. Okay, I think that's it. Are there any questions? Anything I didn't cover? Okay, well, thank you guys for coming to the AllBrands booth.
All right, y'all. That was an awesome demonstration from Amanda Murphy about Laurastar's incredible ironing system. Guys, these are such cool products. I love these so much. I do want to say we have a category page for all of our Laurastar iron products. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you guys, and I'm going to go ahead and link that in the chat for you too. I definitely don't want you to miss out on these Laurastar products. I just think these are so cool. They are really built to last. They are a worthwhile investment through and through. So I have just linked the category page to the Laurastar products down in the chat below. So you can go ahead and take a look at all of their ironing systems. If if maybe you don't have the room or anything for something like the Smart U, which in its defense, it does fold down really skinny. But if you want something a little bit smaller, maybe you just don't have the room for it and you're living in a smaller space, they do have a really incredible Laurastar. The Laurastar Lift is the other smaller model. So good. So good. I absolutely love these irons. They are quality. They are quality. And the new steamer is really a fantastic addition to their line of products. The Iggy is the name of it. It's the perfect portable handheld steamer. I love it. And I absolutely love using Laurastar's boards. I hope that you see how easy it is and just how amazing it is to use these so well. Like they're just so great. So let's see who's here. So Jenny says, good morning, Callie, and everyone. Good morning, Jenny. It's really good to see you. Louise is back from DeLand, Florida. Oh, it's so good to see you again, Louise, in the chat. Thank you so much for coming and chatting with us. Yes, Nilda, good morning. It's really great to see you. And yes, they can bleed. And Laurastar is one of the perfect products to help prevent that. They will not make your fabric bleed at all. I love it. I think it's so fantastic. Yes, good morning all. Sunday morning champagne, time for mimosas. Oh, I'm jealous, Larry. That sounds great right now. That sounds fantastic. Yes, and Nilda's watching from Colorado Springs. You have watched every day, and thank you so much for hanging out with us. For all of you that have spent all of your weekend with us. And believe me, I monitor the chat. I'm monitoring the chat while I'm like off camera. And I can see who has been hanging out with us this entire time. And I am just so grateful. So grateful to all of you for spending some time with us and hanging out this whole weekend. This has been an absolute blast. We are so happy that we could put this on both in person and virtually this year, but I'm sure it feels really good to be back in person for those of you who have missed the festival. But for those of you who can't make it, this is so great. We've got people from around the world watching our virtual coverage, and that makes me so happy. Pamela says, good morning. Love visiting your wonderful booth on Thursday and Friday. I'm so glad that you enjoyed, Pamela. Oh my gosh. That makes me really happy. Y'all, we have a huge booth over there. I was looking at some photos when we were first getting set up. It's huge. It's huge. There's so much there. There is so much. And Larry, yes, it has. It's been really informative. I've learned a lot, and it's been super duper fun. And Karen, I believe we are probably going to continue doing virtual coverage at the very least, even if you know, we don't have plans for Quilt Fest 2022 just yet. That's a bit of a ways out. But we do the AllBrands show every single week. And Karen, you know that. I was going to say, I think I've seen you in the chat before. I've definitely seen you in the chat before for the AllBrands show. But if you didn't know that, we do stream every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central. It is the AllBrands show. I'm here hosting. It's either me or Barbara Douthit hosting. It's a fantastic time. We've got educators, people that you have seen during the fest already will come and you know, demonstrate other educators. It's been great. Nilda says, I'm the champagne of the fest. That's me. That's me. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh my gosh. And yes, Patricia, it is so great to be able to see everything, even if you can't be there. And that's why we wanted to do this. That is exactly why we wanted to do this. So I am so thankful. I'm so thankful that you all have been hanging out with us this whole weekend. This has been such a great experience, and I hope that you've enjoyed it. And yeah, you know, Joanne, you're right. If there's one like good thing to have come out of COVID, I hate to put it that way, but if there's one good way to come out of it, one good thing has been just the fact that it's bringing us all together and we can do things virtually like this. And that option is now way more accessible than it's ever been. And I think that that is just so cool. Because yeah, I mean, you know, if you can't make it to Houston, that is a bummer, you know, that's unfortunate, but who's to say, I mean, we just bring a camera. We can just bring a camera and broadcast like we're doing now. I love that possibility has become a reality for us. Absolutely fantastic. And before we get on to our next demo, which we will be soon, it looks like they are getting the booth set up. We need to get a machine for Kate Quinn. I did want to let you all know that we still have that mask competition running. So that face mask decorating competition. If I would enter, this would be my other entry. It's my little spooky mask. I love it. It's so spooky. Big fan. I like spooky face masks. Can you tell? It's one of my favorite things to make. But yeah, Patricia says, I agree. Virtual events have been wonderful this past year and a half. They have. They really have. You know, if there's one good thing to come out of COVID, it's been this. These have just been so very fun. And yes, you made and met so many new friends via virtual events. Yeah, I mean, and I love that so much. I think it's so funny though. A lot of the folks that we demo with for the AllBrands show, I've never gotten the chance to meet in person because, you know, they're educators from all across the country or even the world, depending. And I think that's so cool. I just think that is so cool. And Jane has loved watching the demos every day. I'm so glad that you're enjoying them, Jane. We still have the rest of today to go. So I hope that you enjoy. Louise, yes, the AllBrands show is on Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. So definitely don't miss that. Don't miss out on the show. Let me check and see who we've got for next week, because not only are we going to be we're going to be doing the show, but we're going to be announcing the winners of all of our contests next week on November 4th. So we have Quilting Delights on November 4th. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a really fun one. So I think you'll enjoy that. I think you'll enjoy it a lot. I have had so much fun today, y'all. I really have. This has been great. And yes, Sandy, it is a great giveaway. It really is a good giveaway. So I believe what Sandy is referring to is we are giving away over $1,000 worth of prizes to the winner of the mask decorating contest that we've got going on right now. So with that said, these are the prizes that we're giving away. So we are giving away a Brother SE 1900, which is the combination sewing and embroidery machine. It's an awesome little Brother machine. It does a lot. And Heather Banks has actually done some really good pre-recorded demos for us on the SE 1900. So if you want to take a look at those, she did one yesterday evening. So you can go watch day 4, part 2. And at the very end, we've got an awesome SE 1900 demo. So we're going to be giving away an SE 1900. We are also going to be giving away a Durkee flat cap frame with that machine. We're also throwing in a dime magnetic frame with that machine. The magnetic frames are so helpful, y'all. I mean, you know, you get used to hooping, you can do it, you know, but dime does make it really easy with the magnetic frames. I just think that they're so cool and they're fantastic. So not only are we giving that away, but we are also giving away a Sew Steady mask template. It's an awesome acrylic mask template that they made right around the start of the pandemic. It was pretty early on, but they are really great. They're just nice little templates that you can cut out. So you can cut out a fantastic face mask. They kind of look similar to this. I didn't use that exact mask pattern, but it's a pretty similar shape. So it kind of wraps around and it doesn't leave much of a gap, either between your chin and the mask or your nose and the mask. So it's pretty form-fitting, which I really like. And yes, Heather's demos are always so good. They are so good. Heather makes everything look so easy. And, you know, I just want to say, big shout out to Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden and Heather Banks, an awesome brother educator, because they couldn't be here for the festival in person. They couldn't be here with us at the booth. So instead of being at the booth, they still took the time to pre-record some demos for us that we were able to play in lieu of them actually being there. And I appreciate that so much. It's been a really hectic year. It's been a crazy time. Right now, right around this time of year is pretty crazy for us in the sewing and quilting world. So I am just eternally grateful that they were able to do that for us, to find the time to do that for us. It's been great. And they're fantastic demonstrations. I definitely, when things kind of quiet down a little bit after the festival, I definitely want to make that sewing machine mat that Reen made in her demo. I think it is just so fun. So let's take a look at our schedule. We're running just a little behind. We've been having some technical difficulties this morning, but we are we're rolling right along. We're trying to roll right through all of our demos today. And yes, speaking of virtual, Joanne brings up a great point in the chat. We do have a Dime Applique Affair virtual event coming up next Tuesday. So if you haven't, sign up for that. I believe the sign up link is on our website already. So you can definitely sign up for that. So good. Yeah, nailed it. I mean, definitely practice with templates. If you have some already, get some scraps, you know, but if you don't, I really do think that Sew Steady's templates are a worthwhile investment. They're really not that expensive, and you can do so much with just one template, which I think is just the coolest thing. And the sets that they offer too are really versatile. We have a lot of different ways that we can use those. So with that said, let us hop back on over to the booth, and we're going to bring on Kate Quinn.
This is your first time? You haven't actually sewed with them before? You talked to us?
But I've seen the foot, like people using it, and they didn't have it at my local store.
Well, welcome you guys. I'm so excited that you decided to join us. So my name is Kate Quinn, and I am a national ambassador for Sew Steady products. Sew Steady is made in the USA in Eugene, Oregon, and they are an acrylics manufacturer. You've probably seen our tables, our clear acrylic extension tables with the black twist-up legs. We are the #1 seller of extension tables in maybe the universe. Now, definitely in the country. They are amazing. They are really durable. They're custom cut for each machine, so there is no gap around your machine. So we can fit any make and model. We do a lot of customization, and we have a lot of different options that customers can choose from. For the show today, we have 2 amazing specials. Our wish table is 22.5 from the front to the back, and it's 25.5 along this direction. That is $199. We are offering that with the drawer, circle sewing, the quilted, the bag, carrying bag. It's a padded carrying case for that table that will protect it, and it has a shoulder strap. And we're also offering the slip mat called the Grid Glider and our polish kit with that for $199, an absolutely amazing price. If you want something a little more streamlined, a little more cost effective, but still an amazing table and a good value. We have our $99 large table. It doesn't have the circle sewing, but it's a very practical, good size to take to retreats, to have in a small area. And it's going to support that quilt and make it really, really easy to move, whether you're doing free motion, ruler work, sewing of any kind. It's a really terrific product. So along with that, Leonie West is the designer of Westalee products, which are quilting templates. So it was a really good matchup for that product to come into our company line because we already work with acrylics manufacturing. So we have over 500 different templates in her line that you can use for any kind of ruler work. So I brought a few samples to show some of the different products that we have. We have amazing tools that can basically fit anybody's style. So what I thought I'd do is just show you the template, show you the sample, and we'll just go over a few of them. And throughout it, I'll talk a little bit about different accessories that we have with those tools. And then we'll give some of those away. If you'd like to participate in our giveaway, we would be happy to give you a little paper. You can write your name on it. I know you guys just came in, so I'll give you guys that. So I'm also going to comment on the thread that you have, which is a 40-weight polyester thread, essential, exquisite thread. It is a poly. Very great for embroidery. I love it for quilting. Love it. Who still needs a little name ticket? So the threads that are on those chairs, if you can find an empty one, you can take that thread. It's a gift for coming. So if you, did you get one? Did you guys get a thread? Here you go, dear.
Yeah, that was.
Okay, and then if you could put your name in this basket right here. If you need a pen, I've got some pens.
I need to post it now. Thank you.
Okay. So, and if you don't have one, you can get it right here. Okay, let's go ahead and start. I'm going to pass out this piece of paper. This is our big show special. If you've never quilted with rulers, our #1 best-selling product is the ruler work kit. For $175, we are offering the ruler work kit, 7 templates, marking tools, spacing gauge, the ruler foot, the stable tape grip. There is several downloadable books and a video education. What we're offering in addition is our holiday special. This is that package, and I will pass it around so you can look at it. It's got everything listed right here on the front. When we sell you that, if you want that, we need to match up your make and model of your machine. Our tools are machine specific. This is the free class designed by Leonie West, and this is the mini version. There's actually another border that goes all the way around, and it is designed to use the templates that are in that ruler work kit set only. So you would essentially have everything that you need to make this and the larger border. It's done quilt as you go, so you have the learning opportunity without fighting a large fabric piece. So all of these are done in this size, and then it is put together. So that class is the free gift that goes with that ruler work kit with that piece of paper I passed out. So I'll have that right here if anybody wants to look at it. And we'll have it in the booth later. That's our #1 best-selling ruler work set to get you started. I call it the robust starter set because it's really a really great, all the basics and a lot of education with it. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to share is a different set. It's not quite as robust. It's offered with education for $150 or without education for $75. And you can always purchase the education later if you wanted to do that. This is the Fun and Fancy set. Here's a few of the items that come in it. This is the class that you can make. This is a free education if you buy that. You can log in and you can take this course. It includes the free motion embellishments, the piecing instructions to make this sample, and it uses every template that is in that set. So that book has over 100 different designs using those templates, and it has a lot of information about positioning, lining up, holding it, different things like that. Here's a few of them that are the blocks that are from that set. So these are an example of how those templates then can be quilted out. So on the back, you can really see the quilting. It's pretty stark, but those are the shapes that are in that set. So I'll go ahead and I'll pass these as well. Okay, give you a chance to look at it. One of my awesome favorites. I am a huge feather fan, and I brought 2 feather samples for you today. So this one is called the Spin Effects Feathers, and I was actually playing with it this morning. This is the sample. You can really see the quilting on the back. This is templates. This is not free motion. This is using templates. So I've got a little circle that I used, and then the tools in this package. So I'll pass these together so you can see. The packages are a good value for the consumer. If I tried to package everything onesie twosie, you could get what you wanted, but it'd be a lot more expensive. So that set has 4 pieces in it, different sizes, and it's like getting 1 template free when you buy a package. The value is much better. So you can select based on what you like. If you like feathers, if you like circles, if you like arcs, if you like flowers, leaves, spinning templates, whatever you want, we have some collection like that so that you have choices. So real quick, since we just shared feathers, I'll share one more. This is the basic feathers, and this has got a few templates. It's got a circle set that was used also, a couple different circles for this, but all of the feather part of this were sewn with our 4 feather template set, which is $60. And we're offering 10% for the show on all of our So Steady Westalee items, except for our tables and inserts. And they'll take that discount at the register. If you spend $100, I'm also going to give you this awesome template bag so that you could store your templates in. So that is our gift for the show if you spend over $100. So I'll go ahead and pass these around. Here, we'll go this way. Can't leave you guys out over here. So that'll give you a chance to look at it, touch it, flip it over. The last one that I have, this is our snowflake sampler. There are 8 different snowflakes. They come in 2 different sizes. So this is an onion top, and there's 2 onion tops. There's a diamond, there's 2 sizes. There's circles, there's 2 sizes. So we have that 8-piece set, and we also have an accessory for it called the closure key, which allows you to use those as all over design. If you just wanted to do circle line, and do it all the way across your quilt as edge to edge, we have the keys for this set that would allow you to do that. So that's this grouping right here. So we'll just put that together right there so you can see that and pass that around. When you're done, if you could put them here, or if you can just set them on the edge of the stage as they go around, and I'll collect up everything. So the last piece I want to mention is ruler work is a way to make your free motion better than ever. This is our circle set. It makes 2 to 12-inch circles in 1/4-inch increments. These tools were used for these concentric circles, and like this, and then this is an arc right here, a big arc that we have, the 8-inch arc. And then the other circles like this are a simple circle set. So we have lots of different circles that you can do different things with. When you quilt with rulers, if I put the ruler in place, right away my design decision is already made. I put it there and I'm going to sew on the ruler. So I don't have to think about where I'm going. If I was free motioning, I'm like, okay, I'm curving. Okay, wait, I'm turning. Oh, wait, no, go this way. Oh, oh, duty, right? It's hard. It's hard to integrate all those pieces and move at the same time. And it's not that it can't be done, but people always say, oh, practice, practice, practice. Perfect practice makes you better. That's the truth. If we practice it poorly, we're not going to get where we want to go. If I put my circle ruler on there, and I sew around that circle once, twice, 50, 100 times, guess what? I am going to make perfect circles, because then when I take that ruler away and I've sewn it 50 or so times, my brain already knows the shape. I know the movement. I can feel it in my body, in my eyes. It's comfortable. So what happens is rulers are an amazing training ground to make you that better free motion quilter too. So you can integrate both pieces of that and get an amazing result. And it's going to elevate that pretty quickly. Okay, so that's my circle set. I'll pass this around if you guys want to see that. So that's the circles. So let's go ahead and we're going to start doing some giveaways. My first giveaway is related to the fact that we have amazing free education content available on YouTube, available on Facebook. It's ubiquitous. We have been broadcasting almost every day since COVID started. So April of whenever that was, 2 years ago. So one of the things that we have is this really cool phone stand. So if you want that education content while you're sitting at your machine, this is a great way to get it. So our first giveaway is our phone stand, and we have quite a few different ones. We have purple, we have a red one, and then we have Stay Calm and Ruler On. And these make great Christmas gifts for people, so I thought we would go ahead and give this out, but I'll let you know that we have a few left. And if not, if you want some more, we can go ahead and order those for you. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this out. Anybody didn't get their name in here? All right, last call, really fast. Anybody else? Anybody not here? You want to take? Here you go, dear. And you can have that thread. Thank you to Dime for providing that thread sample. Enjoy it in good health. It's awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this drying. I'm getting the high sign that I need to hurry up. Just write your name. That's all we're looking for.
You want that one?
Okay. All right, here we go. Woo! We're doing the hula.
Big money.
Big money. I love it. Debbie Smith, you are our phone stand winner. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to put her name over there. Like twice I put it back in here. So our next giveaway, we are going to be giving away the Serendipity spacing tool. It's a spacing gauge that you need to position your rulers and her accompanying notions necklace in this beautiful blue. So if you're working with rulers, the spacing gauge is really powerful, and this will keep it visible, handy, able to be found. Okay, so I got my winner right here. And Brindy, woohoo! Okay, so these go together. So I'm going to give you both of those. So I put her name over here. When you're working with templates, we have our amazing staple tape. Makes the rulers and the fabric kind of stick together so they move as one. Very important. When you put it on, don't just cut it and stick it on there. Put your hand on the ruler and decide how you want to hold it, and put the grips under your fingers where the grips will be activated. We just don't do it randomly. It's going to be more effective if you actually test it out first and then put it on. Right? So we'll go ahead and we'll draw for this one. So Fran, is there a Fran? Fran Rubin, here you go, madam. It's our 5-piece staple tape set. Oh, come on, guys. Woo! All right, and so this is a different version of that. This is called the Serendipity glitter grippers. They're see-through, so some people like these better. They're a little thinner. These can also be used on your cutting rulers, so feel free to go wild with them, and we'll give this away as well. So Judy, somebody. Miss Judy? Judy Heindel? Heindel, okay. All right, see, it's a good day. It's the last day of the show. We're doing some good stuff. So I've got 2 last prizes. I told you that we're giving away this bag. I'll just open it real fast, if I can. It is a nice, deep bag with a clear cover. So when you open it, you can actually see what you've got in there, so that project doesn't just go away into Never Never Land and you never see it again. Which happens, right? It happens to all of us. This is how deep it is. You can see it's pretty big. So that's just, you can put blocks in there, thread in there, accessories, whatever, nice little handle. So that's our next giveaway. If you want one and you didn't win one, $100 purchase will get you one. So Carrie Hawkins, woohoo! Here you go, madam. Okay, last one. Before I give the last one out, I'm just going to comment on one other thing. We have amazing circle sewing tools that are available with our Sew Steady tables. The Wish table has it integrated into the table. The holes are drawn in. There's a bracket that you can move in or out, and you can actually use your decorative stitches and your feed dogs and sew absolutely beautiful concentric circles by just moving the pegs in. If you bought our Sew Steady table before that existed, or you have an insert, or you have some other acrylic surface, we have an amazing tool that has been recently developed, and it's called the Circle Sewing Tool. And it is a mat that will stick to that acrylic surface, and it has the markings for it, and it has a little stick-on clamp that you pin the fabric onto. The demonstration for that is right over on this table right here, and I'll set it up after and get it going again so you can see it. This is a $35 add-on that would allow you to make really beautiful top stitch application circles or quilted circles that you can use for anything, bags, quilting, whatever you want. So this is going to be available for viewing right over here if you want to see it. And then we'll do our last giveaway. I need that green one. That fell down. Okay, last one. Okay, so our last one is our slip mat. It's called the Ruler Work Glider. So it's a free motion slider, awesome, 12 by 20, sticks really well on any smooth acrylic surface. Just rinse it off with water or rinse it with a baby wipe on the back to get any lint off, and it will re-adhere very well. Sticks amazing and very thin. If you want to take it off, always leave your foot on so the needle cannot cut it. You can just roll it back. If you have a top load bobbin, adjust it and roll it under the foot and smooth it back on. It's the largest in the industry. We had over 100 of our grid gliders, which are the ones with lines, were sold out. We have a few of these left. They're $25 regular price, and they are on sale with that 10% off. So an amazing value and a great free motion aid. And our winner is Patty Horick. Okay, they're giving me the high sign. Come visit me over there, Sew Steady. I'm here with Ann Moore, another one of our amazing educators, and we've got beautiful samples over there if you want to come and see.
So I need to, I'm the one that's interested in this, but I'm supposed to meet somebody in 1 minute. So
yeah, come back and visit me later.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Where are you?
Right there with the teal sign.
Okay.
All right, you guys, that was another awesome demonstration from Kate Quinn from Sew Steady. I hope that you've learned a little bit about Sew Steady's amazing ruler work templates. They are really sturdy, incredible. You know what? I'm just going to, I did this the other day. I'm going to pull them out. We have some over here in the studio that I wanted to show you, just to show you what they what they're like, both, you know, just in person, or at least in my hands, so you can kind of get a better idea of what they look like. So this is the one that we have in the studio is a ruler foot. It's a ruler foot package. It comes with a 12-inch arc and a 3-inch feather template and a ruler foot for your machine. And we do carry this on our website. After I can link this in the chat for you if you're curious. So this is what they look like. This is the 12-inch arc right here. Let me see if I can get that in focus. There we go. You can kind of sort of see it. Yeah, I know it's not really picking up that great on camera because it is that clear acrylic, but oh yeah, that's even worse. So this is the 12-inch arc template here. This is what it looks like. And this is stable tape that we've got on the back of it. Let me pull this back a little bit for you. This is stable tape that we've got on the back. Now this is important so that way your ruler does not slip and slide all over your fabric while you are working. It's really important to make sure that that's in place, right? So not only do we have this 12-inch arc template, but I wanted to show you the feather template. This is the 3-inch feather. This isn't quite picking up on camera the way I'd like it to. But this is the 3-inch feather. Let me see if I can scoot it around here. Yeah, that's the 3-inch feather template. Let's see. So there is that.
If they wanted to see.
Oh,
you wanted to put it so they could see.
I was like, what? I was like, why are you sliding a notepad to me? Perfect. Okay, so yes, now you can maybe see this just a little bit better here. This is what it looks like. There we go. There we go. Kind of, sort of. You can see that feather in there. I'm just gonna try and hit like a glare so you can sort of see it there. So this is the 3-inch feather template, and you can kind of see all these little guidelines that they've got on each side. Very important. So again, we have the stable tape on all 4 of our corners, and we do have. I love these so much, y'all. I do, and they're very sturdy. I want you just kind of, I don't know, a little more. Oh no, these are very sturdy templates. They are absolutely fantastic. And this package does come with a ruler foot for your machine. There we go. That's picking up. Yeah. So they're so great. They're so great. I love these. Made in the US. They are very sturdy, hefty templates, and they really will up your game if you have not gotten into ruler work before. They are awesome. They're truly, truly awesome. So this is the ruler package with the 12-inch arc and the 3-inch feather. And it also comes with, and I think most of the templates do, they come with this lovely little pamphlet here. There we go. Let me pull back just a little bit so you can see that. So it comes with this awesome little pamphlet here. And if you open this up, it will tell you exactly how to put on your ruler foot. You get instructions step by step with pictures. It'll show you exactly what you need to do. And it'll also give you like machine tips and tricks on the back. So there is that. And, you know, it'll show you how to actually use these templates. If you've never done ruler work before, if you're not familiar, these are so cool. They're so cool. I love them. I'm a big fan of So Steady. And something else that's just in this package that I also wanted to show you is the gauge, the spacing gauge. So this is the spacing gauge. Let's pull that back a little so you can see it. Dolly had a great idea. I'm going to stand up a little bit so you can see this. Yeah, there we go. So this is the spacing gauge here. And you can see it. As you can see, there are, let me find a way to scoot around this here. There we go. So if you look, you can see you've got all your different measurements on either side. So you've got your 1-inch here, 1/4 inch up here, 1/2 inch here, and your 1/8 inch right here. Hold on. We're going to pull it back right here. There we go. There we go. So that is that. You can see that little hole punched out of the top right here. That is where your notions necklace would go, or where you could thread your notions necklace through so you can keep it on you at all times. These are incredibly useful. All you need to do is measure this out, depending on what you want how wide you want it to be. These are so good. These are so good, you guys. So we, let's see. Nilda has a question. Nilda said, if I receive a gift from AllBrands, code number is this code at today's show? Nilda, clarify that for me just a little bit. Is it a coupon code, or is it a gift card, like an e-gift card code? Clarify that for me. We can try and help you out with that in the chat. And let's take a look. In the meantime, let's take a look at our schedule. Let's see, here we go. Here is Sunday at the main stage at the festival. So we just wrapped up Kate Quinn about So Steady Westalee's awesome rulers and ruler work quilting. And she did some cool giveaways as well. So that is that. We also have coming up, we have Jerry Granata to talk about the Stellaire, the XJ1, I believe he's going to be talking about. And we'll see Jerry's fantastic demonstration on that very shortly. So we have that coming up next. And then we have Cindy Hogan up on stage with the ScanNCut and BES software. So get very excited about that. That's going to be a very fun demo. Cindy Hogan is awesome. So awesome. You might know her from Cynthia's embroidery. She is so cool and an awesome brother educator as well. So Cindy Hogan will be coming up after that. Then we've got Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread, the incomparable Becky Thompson, going to be talking about the Simply Applique software, Brothers Simply Applique software. This is a really cool software, you guys. If you've ever really considered getting into applique work, this is absolutely a software to spring for. I definitely recommend it. Then at 1 p.m., we're going to have Barb Mikolajczyk doing another demonstration on the Luminaire XP2. Y'all, the XP2 is great, and we are running some really cool specials on that. This is the lowest price you can get it this year. And not only that, but we are offering 16-month 0% APR financing on that machine. And we're throwing in a bunch of stuff with it. Oh, Nilda says, yes. Yes, Nilda, you can use that gift card. There are some things that unfortunately we can't accept like coupons on, like coupon codes, but the gift card, yes, you can absolutely use that online. And the code should be accepted in a store as well if you are nearby. I hope that clarifies for you. So after Barb, we have Coleen Swettman, who is going to be talking about multi-needle embroidery. And then we've got 2 pre-recorded demos to finish up our evening or our afternoon, I guess, to finish up our short day at the festival. We've got Reen Wilcoxson and Heather Banks that are both going to be demonstrating, doing some really cool stuff on some brother machines. So I hope you stick around for that. And thank you also very much for watching and enjoying really cool demonstrations that we've got going on. This has been very, very fun and fun too. Sherry says, hi from Florida. Love my XP2. Me too. Me too. I have an upgraded XP1, so it's essentially an XP2. Obsessed, absolutely obsessed with it. It's so great. Beth Small is watching from Ohio. Really great to see you, Beth. Josie Sows, it's really great to see you as well. Oh my gosh, so awesome to see you. Just made it in time for Jerry. Oh, don't worry about missing. No. So actually, this brings up a really good point there, Josie. So if you have missed anything, the playback is available for all of these videos. So you can go on our YouTube channel or our Facebook, and you can rewatch everything that we have already done, like all of our previous recordings from the week. So you can go back and watch already. You can go back and watch Wednesday through Saturday. Sunday, like today's video, will be up as soon as we go off the air. So if you just want to check back in a couple hours after we go off the air, you'll be able to watch the playback if you missed anything after we wrap up today. So definitely stay tuned for that and all the other demos that we got going on. I love seeing all of you in the chat. I love having y'all hang out with me. And we have another awesome demonstration coming up next. Y'all, the Stellaire is such a great machine. Do any of you have a Stellaire, by the way? Let me know down below in the chat if you do. The Stellaire is a really incredible machine. I love it so much. And I did want to point out to you guys that we are throwing in some awesome stuff if you purchase a Stellaire, either an XE1 or an XJ1 this weekend. We are going to be we're offering 60-month 0% APR financing on the XJ1. And not only that, but we are offering a bunch of free stuff. We are throwing in a bunch of free stuff with this purchase. So we're throwing in, let me put this up so you can see it. I'll pull this up for you. So we are throwing in all of this with the purchase of a Stellaire this weekend. So this is, we're throwing in the rolling bag set. We're throwing in a download code for 400 more embroidery designs, a 32 gigabyte iPod Touch, and you'll see why that's important, I think, in Jerry's demo coming up next. We also have, we're going to be throwing in a 24 color thread kit, a warranty, free shipping, and in-store instruction if you're nearby. So with that said, let's go ahead and hop in to Jerry's demonstration.
Oh, I have no idea who that is. Maybe Margie can help you, maybe.
Hi, Margie. I got to look for Robert John. I love that.
I'm sorry, she didn't miss it. Yeah, you're on. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? My name is Jerry Granata. I am an educator for Brother. I am from Palm Springs, California, and I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am. Glad to see you too, Miss Martha. It has been a while. I am very excited to be here today. For those of you who are watching at home, I really wish you could be here with us. We are having such a great time today at the Houston Quilt Festival. The real star of the show, though, that I'd like to talk about is the Stellaire XJ1. And that's the machine that you're seeing here. This is a sewing and embroidery combination machine. But what Brother has brilliantly done is taken this machine and given it also another identity in the Innovis XE1. So the XE1 is an embroidery only model of this machine. So while the XJ1 is sewing and embroidery combination, the XE1 is embroidery only. So if you have a sewing machine that you love and you want to bring in an embroidery machine to your arsenal, this would be the perfect machine for you. Today we're working on the combination machine, the XJ1, and the thing that makes this so different is that you have the ability to take a picture of what is in your hoop and it will wirelessly send over to your machine. So how you're going to do that is you're going to have a mobile device. This could be a phone, it could be a tablet, it could be an iPod, you could have this on Apple or Android, either one. And either is your choice. You're just going to go to your Apple or Android store and download an app called My Design Snap. This is from Brother, absolutely free. But what it does is it works in conjunction with your machine. Now, you do make sure that your device and your machine are on the same network so they talk to each other, right? That makes sense. So what you're going to do is you are going to use your hoop. Now, the hoop is just a little bit different. And what's nice about the hoop is it has registration marks at the top and at the bottom. These work in conjunction with the app. The app will read those registration marks. So whatever is inside your hoop, it will be read. Now look at the size of this hoop. This is a 9.5 by 14, and I'll put my hand up here for size comparison. And you can see just how large this hoop really is. So for my example, now notice I have a sample of embroidery here, but that won't matter because all the app is going to read is those registration marks that I pointed out. So I'm going to place a very simple flower design in my hoop, and I would take a picture using my mobile device and my Design Snap, and I will send it to my machine. So let's go over to the screen because I want to show you where that would be located. So you're going to find this in My Design Center. So let's get over there. And this is my playground. I love this area because you can manipulate and have so much fun with your designs that you've sent over. So in my case, this is just a simple flower, right? Just a very, very simple flower. You wouldn't think anything of this if it was by itself, right? You might even throw this away. But watch what we can do. So I'm in my design center now, and I'm going to go look for the picture that I took. Now this is a line drawing, so I'm going to touch the word line. And since I brought it in wirelessly, I'm going to touch the wireless icon. Now here, you're going to have a list of all the files that you have downloaded and you've taken a picture of. Now I happen to know that my file is right here for the flower. So I'm just going to touch it, and you'll notice in your preview screen, there's my flower. So let's see how we can get this into your embroidery side to have some fun. I'm going to touch the word set. And there's my flower. So right now, I'm in sort of like a photo manipulation area. So much like your photo editing, I need to crop this because all I want is my design. So I'm going to use my little red arrows here, and I am going to move the lines so that I am cropping as close to my image as I can get. Once I've done that, I'm going to touch OK. Notice there's my line. I'm going to touch the word set. And you notice my background is still there, but it's not going to stitch out. It's just for editing purposes, so it's just in the background. But I don't want to see it because I want to work with my flower, so I'm going to get rid of it. Now, I can make that darker if I want, depending on my project and depending on what I'm doing. But for what I'm doing now, I just want to work with my flower, so I don't need to see my background. And there it is. This is now embroidery stitches. Let's think about that for a second. I've taken a very simple flower picture, and I have now converted this to embroidery stitches. Now, the XJ1 will default to a satin stitch, and that's fine. I could stitch this out. This would be beautiful on a tote bag or the back of a jacket or something like that, a tote bag. But I want to have a little more fun with it. I want to change the default. So where am I going to do that? So up here, we have 4 buttons within this gray box. In this box, we have 4 buttons here. So I'm going to work with the top. This is where my line properties are. So if I want to work with the line, that's where I'm going to go. And I'm going to touch the menu because I want to choose one of the options. And we have those right here. You notice that the box with the satin stitch is highlighted. That means that's active. I want to change that. Now notice I can change to a single stitch, a triple stitch, candle wicking, or a diamond pattern. I'm going to work with the candle wicking. And I'm going to change this to a red color, and I'll tell you why. If you notice, my line is in a black color, correct? If I choose a black color and touch my line, I won't know anything changed. So since I have changed it to a red color, I am going to touch my little fill bucket, touch my flower, and notice everything has turned red. So I know that's changed. But I want to preview. I want to see what this looks like before I stitch it out, just to make sure this is exactly what I want. So we're going to touch preview and watch the magic happen. Poof. There is my flower in candle wicking. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing to me. I think that's incredible. And what's even nicer is Brother gave me the opportunity to preview before I stitch out. So no more wasted thread, no more wasted fabric. And this would be great too. This would be beautiful. But I want to have a little more fun. I want to fill in the petals with some fill patterns. So let's see how we do that. Now remember, I mentioned these gray boxes. I'm going to move down one. This is where my region property is. This is where all my fill patterns live. So I'll touch that menu, and notice I can do stippling. I want to select one of 15 fill patterns that are available to me. Isn't that amazing? You have all of those to use as backgrounds or fill patterns. I like the one that's selected, so I'm just going to keep that. Oh, let's change that to a blue color. Now you would match whatever thread color you're going to use here so that you can see an exact replica before you stitch it out. So now I'm going to touch that fill bucket, remember, because we're going to fill an area, and I'm just going to touch inside my petals. And let's go back and let's choose another pattern. Let's select, let's do this weaving pattern. And I'm going to touch, it doesn't matter, but I'm going to choose pink. And I'm going to touch with inside those petals. So you can see with just a couple clicks, I'm able to choose patterns to really jazz up my flower, right? So let's go to the next, and let's see what that's going to look like. Because remember, we can preview before we stitch. Just give that a second, and look at that. Isn't that amazing? Now, if I really look at my patterns, they're a little too spread out for me. I want to make the patterns within the petals a little bit smaller so that they're a little more emphasized. So let's see how we do that. I'm just going to go return one page, and right down here is where the magic happens. This is where I can change the size of my fill patterns. So I'm going to reduce this to 50% just to make it more dramatic, and you can see it. I also have the opportunity to scroll through and select different petals as well. So I'm going to choose one of the weaving patterns, and I'll also reduce that to 50%, just so it's more dramatic and you can see it. Touch preview. Okay. And watch this. You notice how this pattern has been reduced by 50%. I like it better because it just fills the petal a little bit more. All right, so now what I can do is if I like it and I'm happy with it, I can just set it, touch OK. And now I'm in my embroidery side. So I can now stitch this out on whatever I like. I could have added a fill pattern to the background if I want. I can leave it open. I can edit it. I can change the size. I can move it. I can rotate it. So I can manipulate this as many possible ways as I want to get the exact thing. And again, remember, I can preview. So I get to see it before I stitch it. So that's one of the beautiful things that you can do with this machine. So how many people here would say that they are a quilter? How many people say it's a quilt show? So most of you should be quilters. All right. So here's where your ears are going to perk up, right? With this machine, you can create your own fabric. Let me repeat that. You can create your own fabric with embroidery. So let me show you how to do this. I'll hold this up for the viewers at home. And I want to show you that this bodice section is embroidered. All right, so here's the dress. I'll show you in the audience. So this embroidery, and again, after the presentation, you can come up and see a little bit closer, but the bodice section is embroidered. So how did I do that? So what I did, remember, we can take a picture of things, but it's not just pictures we can use. I used a piece of fabric that's in the dress. Now here's where I say, quilters, listen up, because how many times have you started a project and you go to your stash of 300,000 pieces of fabric and you can never find the right one, right? Now, if you're Jerry, that's an excuse to go shopping, right? But for some of you, you may not have that option. So you're going to go to your stash and you're going to find something that's close. Now, if I wanted a stripe, just about every quilter has a stripe in their stash, right? Just grab something. You're just looking for a design here. Don't look at the color. You can change the color later. Just look at the design. So much the same as the flower, I'm just going to put it in my hoop. Camera there. So I'm going to place it in my hoop. And notice I don't have to do anything fancy to it. I don't have to hoop it. I'm just laying it right in my hoop. Because remember, as I said earlier, the registration marks are what we're looking for. That's going to be read by the app. So I'm going to place this in my hoop. I'm going to use my mobile device that has the My Design Snap app on it. And I'm going to take a picture of the fabric in my hoop. And again, it will wirelessly send over to your machine. So let's go see where that design is. So again, I'm going to go into My Design Center. I'm going to touch Image. And remember, we brought it in wirelessly. So I'm going to touch the wireless icon. And I know that My Design is right here at the top. Now, you could have a whole list of them. You could delete them as you use them. So the choice is yours. So here's my little preview screen with my fabric. Like the flower, I'll set it. And I will crop again because I don't want the background. That's the hoop. I just want my fabric. So there we go. There's my design. I will touch OK. Now, what it's doing, you just have to give this a minute. The machine is digitizing the image to embroidery stitches. So let me say that again. You've taken a picture of a piece of fabric. Your machine, all by itself, is digitizing that image to create embroidery stitches. So again, quilters, you can kind of see where we're going here. So what's going to happen is once I get to where I am on my screen and my machine finishes up, I'm going to fill my hoop of whichever size I choose. In my case, I did a 9.5 by 14, filled it with that embroidery design of my fabric. You are then free to cut out your squares, your triangles, some of the pieces of your quilt. So let's take it a step further. How beautiful would your finished quilt be with pieces of embroidered fabric that you created yourself? Wouldn't that be beautiful? So here is, now my machine has digitized this. This is now embroidery stitches. So we're going to set it. I'm going to, remember, this is just a background. So there's my embroidery. I will touch next and preview. And again, I get to see it before I get to stitch it out. So I get to see, beautiful, looks great. So I'm going to set it, go over to embroidery. And now I'm in the embroidery side. So I can choose whatever hoop size I want, stitch this all out so it creates a fabric. And that is how I then laid the bodice pattern on top of that embroidered fabric I created, cut out the bodice and incorporated that into the dress. So the bodice is an exact embroidered representation of the striped fabric, right? I'll let that sink in. That should be amazing to you. I started with just an image of fabric and poof, I have a whole hoop of embroidery. Isn't that amazing? Now I have a lot left over, so I could make a headband or a purse or a little pair of shoes. Again, the size is up to you. You could do this in a 5x7 if you just wanted the bodice. So again, if I know it's a little hard to see, but if you wanted to see it later, oh, thank you, Barb.
This is so good.
So again, I'm just creating an image. I'm not worried about the colors of the fabric. I can change those at any time with my thread, but I'm just getting the design. So again, think about that. I took a piece of fabric, took a picture, and I now have embroidery. Isn't that incredible? So you created your own fabric. So everyone is going to ask you about those patches in your quilt. Where did you get those? I made them myself. So how fun would that be? All right, folks, it looks like my time is up. So again, my name is Jerry Granata. I am an educator brother, and I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. If you have any other questions, just come on right behind me here. The Stellaire lives right behind me. If you have any other questions, you want to see some more samples up close, please come on over. All right, Callie, back to you.
Thanks so much.
All right, guys. So that was another fantastic demo on the Stellaire from Jerry. So that was such a cool demonstration. That really is a fantastic machine. So while we're waiting for our next presenter to come on the stage, I wanted to show you all the specials that we've got running, and everybody is thanking Jerry in the chat. So thank you to Jerry for being with us all weekend. He's been doing some fantastic demonstrations. This has been great. Yes. So let me go ahead and pull up the XJ1 and the XE1, the Stellaire demos or the Stellaire information that we've got. So this is our catalog or our flyer we have for the Quilt Festival with all of our bundles. I'm linking it right now in the chat so you can follow along if you'd like. This is what we've got going on the Stellaire, both the XJ1 and the XE1. Now, remember, there's just a slight difference between XE1 and the XJ1. The XJ1 is sewing, quilting, and embroidery, and the XE1 is embroidery only. So just be aware of that. So we have a few things that come with this machine, or a few things that this machine can do really incredible. You saw the center. Asking, can we do that with the Luminaire too? Could you clarify what you're asking about there, Edna? I can answer that question for you, but I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. So let me know what you're talking about, and I'll try and answer that for you whenever you tell me. So Denise said, yes, these demos are really informative. I've learned so much. This has been fantastic, right? So this is the XE1 and the XJ1. This machine has My Design Center, we have My Design Center capabilities with this machine. So one of the things that does differ, so yes, Patricia, the XJ1 does the same embroidery as the XE1. Yes. Now, oh, Edna, okay. So the app, here's the thing with the Luminaire, all of that stuff is like built into the screen. That's one of the big differences between the XJ1 and the XE1. You can do all of that on the screen. So it does eliminate the need for that 32 gigabyte, the iPod Touch, or having a smartphone, whatever. We throw in the iPod Touch with the purchase, so you can have it. So you can have a dedicated a dedicated, device for that. But I believe you can just do that with the XP2 by itself. I'm almost positive. Shirley's here. Hi, Shirley. It's really great to see you. That's okay. But hey, it's good that you're crafting and still listening. That's great. I'm glad that you're still joining us. That's fantastic. So before we move on to our next presenter, we're getting Cindy Hogan set up right now. But this is what we've got going on the XJ1 and the XE1. So this has, we're throwing in a few things, but most importantly, I want to point out that we are offering 60-month 0% APR financing with the purchase of this machine throughout the weekend. So you still have an opportunity to come pick up one of these machines. You still do. You absolutely still do. These specials are going to end tomorrow, November 1st. So definitely keep that in mind. Josie says the Luminaire is the Stellaire on steroids, and you're absolutely correct about that. Oh gosh, Josie is making me laugh out loud over here in the studio today. So guys, we are doing 60-month 0% APR financing on the XE1 and the XJ1, but also we're throwing in a bunch of free stuff, So we are throwing in a rolling bag set with purchase, so you can keep all your hoops, your machine in a nice, convenient luggage set. If you want to take it with you somewhere, say maybe you've got an RV and you want to take it with you on the road, you can totally do that with this rolling bag set. We are also throwing in a download code for 400 extra embroidery designs with the purchase of this machine. And we are throwing in a 32 gigabyte Apple iPod Touch. So you saw Jerry demonstrate in that demo that you can scan your fabric in the hoop with the app on, say, like an iPod Touch or your phone. Now, we wanted to make sure that you had a dedicated device to do that. So we are throwing in that Apple iPod Touch with purchase of this machine. So that way you have something that can take the picture, scan it in. Because say maybe you don't have a smartphone, maybe you don't have a device that can do this or supports this app. So we're giving it to you if you purchase this machine this weekend. Not only that, we are throwing in a 24 color thread kit with the purchase of this machine. And we also are offering our premium manufacturer warranty and in-store instruction if you are near one of our locations. So here are our store locations. Let me pull this up for you all so you can see. These are all of our store locations. I am currently in the Baton Rouge studio at the moment. So we've got our Baton Rouge store over off of Highland Road. We have our New Orleans store that should be opening very, very soon again. It was closed previously due to Hurricane Ida damage, but we should be back up and running there very soon for you over there in Metairie. And then we've got one in Slidell off the I-10 East Service Road. We have one in Lafayette off of Ambassador Caffrey Parkway. We also have one in Houston, right off of, in the Clear Lake area off of the Egret Bay Boulevard. And we've got one in San Antonio on West Avenue. So those are all of our store locations. Now, again, guys, this bundle, this set, everything that we are throwing in with this XJ1 or XE1 is absolutely awesome. But in addition to that, you can also just purchase either the XJ1 or the XE1 bundle. We are offering both of these at the quilt show right now. So the XJ1 bundle includes the My Design Precision Artist Pen. It's so great for using on your touchscreen, on that awesome large touchscreen on your machine. We're also throwing in a Durkee cap frame so you can embroider caps straight out of the box if you purchase this as well. We are also offering that 10 spool thread stand that can fit right on the top of your machine. We're throwing in a machine starter kit and 80, yes, you heard that right, 80 pre-wound bobbins for your machine. We're also throwing in a Brother 6-pack of thread. We're throwing in Dimes embroidery compass, 6 mini king spools, a stabilizing for embroidery DVD, and a few exquisite stabilizer samples to get you started. Now, with that said, we're going to hop on over to the top of the line Brother machines, and we're going to join Cindy Hogan at the booth. Sorry, guys, we've got Cindy muted on our end over in Houston, so we're going to get them to unmute her in just a moment. Apologies for the technical difficulties here, but we are going to get that.
I'm telling you, we got some packages today. They have some good deals today. This is where they have this can come as a set.
I don't need the machine.
No, you do. After I show you this, you do need both. You're going to want both, okay? All right, guys. So the ScanNCut is how many of you all have one or know what the heck it is? All right, so I have some that don't know what it is. A ScanNCut is a digital cutting machine, which means it can cut something out. What is unique about it as opposed, by the way, my name is Cindy Hogan. and I'm a Brother brand ambassador. So if you'd like to know who's talking to you, I'll tell you who I am. The mask may not let you know who I am. What is unique about this machine is that it has a scanner in it, okay? Which means if you can scan something in, you can cut it out. And I'm going to tell you at Christmas time, and hopefully my family's not watching, if they are not embroidery worthy, and you all know you have somebody in your house or in your family or in your friend set that is not embroidery worthy because they don't appreciate it. If they are not embroidery worthy, they get heat transfer or adhesive vinyl for Christmas, okay? It's also my last minute gift idea item because you know how those people that come to your house and they bring you something and you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot to get them a present. So my husband has quite the little wine collection. So I have little wine bags that already are prepared for them and they just slap a bottle of wine in. Say, oh, thank you so much. So, or a bottle of Coke or a bottle of sparkling water or sparkling apple juice, whatever you do.
Not even worthy of a bottle of wine.
Well, there you go. But it depends on how you're going to get them a beer bottle. There you go. I actually had one year I made something called bean bags in a coffee cup to give them coffee.
Oh.
So, and I'm not a coffee drinker, so that really is a sacrifice on my part. I don't like the smell of coffee. All right, so what is new and unique to this machine is the fact that it has a function in it called My Connection. My Connection works exclusively with the Luminaire at this time. And I do want to stress at this time because I do believe it will be expanded to other machines in the Brother lineup, not the other B name, that have my design center in it, okay? So it is going to be a Brother exclusive feature because we sell a ScanNCut and we sell a Luminaire. We sell our machines, and that is why you will see that. Boy, howdy, you know, this wants to just go down to my chin. So My Connection is found on page 2 of your home screen of your ScanNCut machine. You'll see that little sewing machine there. That is where you're going to do My Connection. This allows me to transfer designs built into my ScanNCut directly over to my design center. So you get nice, beautiful, clean artwork to play with to create your embroidery designs. But wait, there's more. So we're going to go ahead and go with that first. We have patterns, the 1,303 basic patterns, or 1,304, 1,305. You know, I'm not really good with numbers. It's somewhere around 1,300 designs that are in here, including 140 built-in quilt patterns. So if you all are quilters and you want it to do your quilt, you want to sew your quilt blocks, you can cut out quilt blocks that are built in the machine. And what's magic about those, and truly magical, it does the math for you. You tell it what your finished block size is, it automatically adds your seam allowances in there for you, and you can stitch them together. Okay, there are 140 built-in quilt blocks. You tell it your finished size. It automatically adds in whatever seam allowance you choose to tell it, does the math for you, divides it out into your parts, and will actually draw your seam allowances for you and then cut it out. And if you look, the corners are trimmed. Look on the back side. My corners are trimmed.
What does it use to draw the seam line?
It uses a water-soluble pen.
Okay.
There's a, you put it in. Now there is it comes with a pen set. This is our pen set. You just change it where the blade goes. You just put the pen set in. There's also a universal pen holder. So if you want to put your own pen in there, so let's say you like heat erasables instead, use the universal pen holder. All right, so the built-in patterns besides Disney can be sent to my design center. Let's come in here and select something. I actually have something started so we can hopefully faux do what we're doing today. We're going to go into the celebration area and we are going to scroll down here and find our haunted house. There's my haunted house. I'm going to leave it at size. I don't really care. We're going to size it when we get over to the machine because that's the beauty of it. I can do it either place. We'll go ahead and touch OK, set it. If you wanted 2 of them, you could put 2 of them. If you wanted 10 of them, whatever fits in this area, because this is a 10 5/8 hoop. You'll notice the gray area on the outside that is blackened out, kind of grayed out. You don't want to go in that side because if you do that, it's not going to transfer over because that white space is your hoop. That is the largest hoop on the Luminaire. You can place it anywhere over there that you want. Go ahead and transfer it. And it's going to come over here and make its way to my ScanNCut. It's telling me I've got something floating out there in the cloud already. Would I like to overwrite that? Yes, I want to do that. And I could say, I don't want you to ask me that again, but then if I do the next demo, that won't show up. So you all wouldn't know what to see. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, it told me I transferred you. You'll be in the temporary pocket in my design center. So let's go over to our Luminaire. We are going to touch my design center and I am going to go to my stamp shape menu and I'm going to get my new key that I've activated when I activate my connection over here. My connection comes with this machine. It's a little card that looks like this. Make sure you don't throw this away because it's really important, okay? So here is the data that I just transferred. It's blued in. Anything that I've done before will be in this pocket as well. As it gets full, it drops off, but if I wanted to do my witch's hat instead, it's still there. I could go pick it. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. Let's touch size, and we'll make it a little bit bigger. That's the beauty of it. It's a shape. We can make it whatever size we want it to be. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. I'm going to grab my paint bucket, and I'm going to color it whatever color I want it to be. I'll leave it at red because we're not going to leave it that color. You can actually stitch it in any color you want. Just because it says red on the machine, it's not going to spit it out if you put in black, okay? It has absolutely no concept of what colors running through there until you put it in there. We're simply going to touch next. And I have an embroidery design right now. If I want to stitch it just like that, I can embroider it just like that as a fill area. But wait, there's more. So if I touch the edit menu, oops, you know you've had that applique key for a while and it's on a lot of brother machines. Once my connection is activated, there's a new key that pops up. This one's just going to go around the outside of everything. So if I wanted it to stitch the house and turn it into a patch, I could use that one. This one is the magical key. This is what's new. It's applique patch for selected colors. I'm going to touch both of my colors. You could pick just the one or a single one. Actually, I'm going to do the single one so I can show you how to turn a color off. Let's touch next. I'm going to leave it at this light zigzag stitch. That's my covering stitch. If I wanted a satin stitch covering stitch, I could choose that. But I actually really do like the light zigzag stitch. You know how those athletic jerseys have that nice light zigzag stitch on that tackle twill? That's what this looks like. We're going to go ahead and touch next. Oops, but look, it's around the outside edge. I forgot to put the insides. I want the lights to show through the windows. So let's touch outsides and insides instead. Now it gets my outsides and insides there. I'm ready to go ahead and touch next. I don't want it to sew the black satin outline, so let's turn it off. Touch the black color tile. Touch the no sew key. it's no longer going to sew the black. Touch OK. I have created an applique embroidery design completely on this machine without using any embroidery software. Now that is the bomb. That is what is just truly amazing. So let's go ahead and cut this out. Now, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to bring the one I've already stitched out up here on the screen instead of doing this one so that we have it partially started. So let's go home and let's go to embroidery and pull it out of our memory pocket. Here's the design that I've been working on that I've actually got partially stitched. So we will set that. And since I have moved nothing, I should be good. I took a piece of fabric. I've got heat applied material on it. If you have heard any of my things this week, you've heard me say, if you think it's melted on there, go ahead and iron it again. Okay, because if not, the heat applied backing, Martha, if you don't have it ironed on well, it will stay on your mat, and we don't want that to happen. So make sure it's well ironed on there, well melted to your material. We're going to go ahead and put our fabric down on our mat. I am using the standard mat. Don't switch screens just yet, Robert, because I forgot to transfer this back over to my ScanNCut machine, so it will be the appropriate size for me, correct? So memory, new key, transfer to ScanNCut machine key, and we are going to, it's going to say, okay, wait a minute, transfer. It's confirming that I really want to do what I just told it to do. Now we're back at the ScanNCut machine. Let's touch home, touch OK to delete all patterns. Anything My Connection is in the My Connection space. Go to the left arrow, touch the My Connection key, and this time instead of sending something over, we're bringing it back in. So that is called retrieve. We're going to retrieve from the wireless LAN device. Woohoo! Somebody's got a machine going home with you. It's going to retrieve it from the ScanNCut machine. We are on my phone, so it may take it a minute. There it is, the applique badge key. Since it was created on the machine, it knows what part is applique. Go ahead and touch OK. Touch set. It is the perfect size. We do not need to add an offset or anything. It will be perfect. So we're going to go ahead and insert this into our cutting machine. Standard auto blade. You do not need to use any specialty blade for this because we have a backing on our fabric. If you were not backing your fabric, you might want to do something else. If you want to make sure you have enough fabric, remember the magical scan button. Besides being able to scan, let me back up and show you that one again. Besides being able to scan to create a pattern, you can use every scrap in your arsenal. And I just love that because we are all scrap hoarders, and I know that. Hi, my name is Cindy, and I'm a scrap hoarder. You can put your hand up there and do the same thing. So, I'm sorry. No, we don't. I'm going to touch the background scan key, which is this one. I said, hi, my name is Cindy, and I'm a fabric hoarder. Okay? We're going to go ahead and say start because this lets us use all of the fabrics in our arsenal, and it will let me see if it can actually be cut in this fabric. I'm pretty sure it's going to have plenty of space, but I want you to see on the screen what it looks like. And if you had a nice, pretty pattern on your fabric, you could get that inside so you can see actually where it is, where you want to cut it. We're going to go ahead and say, okay. We need to tell it what we want to do because it does more than just cut. So we are going to say cut today. And I am going to go ahead and press start. The nice thing about doing an applique design is it takes less time and it is a softer embroidery. You don't have as much density in what you're doing. So it's going to take it 1 minute to cut that. While it's cutting it, I'm going to show you I've already stitched my placement stitch. Okay. So this is where we're going to put that piece of fabric when it's done cutting. And it will be precision cut perfectly. All right, so I'm going to slide this back in my hoop. Or slide my hoop back in my machine, I should say. And let's show you a few things that we've done with my connection. I'm going to pass these to you. These are all my connection samples, allowing you to transfer. This is also a my connection sample. I was able to create a freestanding applique directly on the machine. Everything in this was done directly on the machine. I'm going to pass that to you, sweetheart. All right, we're going to touch OK and unload our mat. Watch it here. How perfectly is that cut? At that point, normally I would iron this down. Okay, so I would take my hoop out and I would iron it down and then stitch the rest of it in place. But what I'm going to do, actually, I'm not going to stitch this together today because I can show you one that's quasi done just like it. But I'm going to let you, I'm going to pass this hoop around so you can see how it would fit in place.
What setting did you use so it cut out the windows?
The windows, if you notice, it turned the stitch inside, it turned it to the correct direction. So it would actually stitch in the correct direction. Do I have time to do this one? Hold on. If y'all, I'm just afraid it's going to move, but I'll live on the edge if you want me to. I want you to see that it is in that, how well that fits. So if you see how well that fits, this is going to give, I've got 2 minutes. I think we've got 2 minutes to stitch. What, do I have 2 minutes to stitch? Yes. If you all look at that, notice that it's perfect, and then pass it back to me real quick. Uh-oh, well, I guess we won't be stitching. That's okay, gang. I can't, I'm not allowed to take it down. It is unbelievable what the machine does. All right, guys, let me show a few more things that it can do with my connection, and then my time is up. Thanks. No worries, but you all saw how perfectly that cut, right? All right, it has a rotary auto blade. This is the SCX 330D has a rotary auto blade. The rotary auto blade is absolutely amazing. These are the things that I've been able to cut with it. Non-traditional fabrics that we have generally had a hard time cutting. Things like craft felt, okay? Things like dense wools, things like lace, all without a backing. So it takes longer to cut with the rotary auto blade because you have to think it has to stop and adjust its angle. But it cuts very well. So these are the non-traditional fabrics that I've cut with the rotary auto blade. It comes with the 330D. It is an optional purchase for the 325, okay? It will fit a 225. Anything with SDX in front of it, you may use it with. All right, so let's look at the Luminaire just a little bit more so I can give you a little bit more information here on my connection. What it unleashed on my embroidery machine is amazing. That applique patch for selected colors is very cool. You can come in here and grab an embroidery design. Let's say I want to use this design right here. But I really don't want all of the stitches because let's go look and see how many stitches this is. It's 19,696 stitches. That's not huge, but I'm out being pressed for time, or I may not want my embroidery that stiff because y'all know if you've got heat transfer vinyl or fabric, it's not near as stiff as embroidery can be when you wear it. So let's go in here and back up, edit, applique key, applique patch for selected colors. Choose the colors that you want it to create the applique data from. So I'm going to choose my pinks. We're going to touch next, and let's touch preview. I had it do around the outer edge. So notice how it created a big old giant applique out of those two colors. Everything is going to be one color, and that's material now. So we're going to touch next. If I want any of those colors that I just created an applique out of to still stitch, I can simply come and touch it and turn off the no sew key so that it can give it a more layered and textured look. If you look at the butterfly that I passed around, I don't know where it went, the pink butterfly. The pink part of that was actually stitches. And it was a 60,000 stitch design, basically 58,992, something around there. I took it down to 30,000 stitches, and it is a nice, soft design. Look here at this design. Now, see how it has reduced that stitch count. If I touch embroidery, we are down to 8,000 stitches just by turning it into a patch and turning off one color. All right, guys, I appreciate you staying and watching me today. I hope you've had fun at the quilt show. It is a pleasure to be back and be amongst you. Y'all have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, y'all. That was another awesome demonstration from Cindy Hogan. Thank you all so very much for tuning in to Cindy's fantastic demo. This has been such a fun day, full of information. So we've been streaming for about 2 hours. We're about halfway through our day. So let's take a look at our schedule again and see what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. So we have Becky Thompson coming on next. Yes, Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread is going to be doing simply a demonstration. So I hope that you stay tuned for that. If that's something you've been curious about buying. We also have Barb Mikolajczyk coming up at 1 p.m. demonstrating on the XP2. Then we're going to have Coleen Swettman. We're going to pivot a little bit and talk about Brothers multi-needle embroidery machines. And Patricia, yes, you can. There's that little applique. It's like a little button that looks like a shield on the machine, on the XP2, and it will automatically make your design into a patch. You can absolutely do that on the XP2, and that is one thing that I love about it so much. It has so many cool features built in that do eliminate the need for some additional software. Now, I will say, I will recommend getting some additional software depending on what you like to use your machine for. But that's one of the cool things about the XP2 is that you can just get started straight out of the box doing a lot of different, you might need software with other kinds of machines. It's so cool, you guys. It's so cool. And speaking of that XP2, we're going to see another demonstration using that machine at 2 p.m. Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden to be doing a virtual pre-recorded demo on how to make a sewing machine mat. Using this really cute built-in design on her XP2. And then after that, we are going to have our final virtual demo. Our final demo of the Quilt Fest is going to be Heather Banks demonstrating sewing and embroidery and brother machines that you can buy online. Now, for this demonstration today, we are going to be seeing Heather demonstrate on the SDX 225F, which is a scan and cut model that you can now purchase online. So you guys, this has been, y'all, it's been a really fantastic day. I'm really enjoying this. I hope you all are enjoying it too. This has been such a cool day. This has been such a cool day. And it's been a really cool weekend too. It's been really fun. I hope that you've enjoyed all of our coverage and all of our demonstrations. We've done so much over the course of this past weekend, or these past 5 days or 4 days. This is day 5 for us. It's been wild. It's been crazy. And it's been so awesome. Oh gosh, I love it. So we've got Josie Soes is wondering, can the Stellaire do that? The patch making, Josie, I'm going to check up on that for you. We also have some brother educators in the chat who can maybe help you with that as well. And again, thank you to them too. We've got some brother educators in the chat that have been helping answer questions about machines throughout the weekend, and I'm really grateful for them helping us make this happen. And yes, the Stellaire does have the button to make patches, so yes, the Stellaire can indeed do that. Yes, so let's see here. All right. You guys, so we are going to have Becky Thompson coming on very soon. She'll be joining us very soon for Power Tools with Thread. Nilda, you're having issues with your order. Nilda, I'm going to send you an email address that you can email, and we can get that figured out for you. Nilda, this is the email address, and we'll get that. We'll try and get that issue solved for you. And try and get that figured out for you. All right. Awesome. Yes. And Denise, yes, it is really great for all of you who couldn't go see it in person. That's why we wanted to do it. You know, with COVID and everything, and just the fact that this is an all around crazy year, it's been a little difficult for people to come visit us in Houston in the store. So we're trying to do everything that we can to make sure that we are keeping this event accessible to our customers. And so far, so good. I think you guys have had a really fun weekend. I hope you have had a fun weekend. And I hope that this comes sort of close to the real thing. I know we can't give you the real experience of walking around the show floor and seeing everything else that everyone has to offer, but we thought that we could at least broadcast all of the stuff that we've got going on. And hopefully this has been a suitable replacement for not being able to make it in person in Houston. And I've been having a great time with you guys. So I've been having a great fun helping out with this side of things. And I hope that you've enjoyed it as well. This has been a really fun time. We've just been hanging out in the studio behind the scenes, helping answer questions and doing some support. And
that's okay. But this is something you probably have never done with BES. What you can do. Everybody here loves paper applique patterns, right?
And it's time for Becky. Let's bring her on.
Like Count on It, From Art to Hearts, right? Nancy Halverson's book. Amy Bradley designs. Anything like a Kimber Bell or, you know, any of those kind of things. This is what's beautiful about the paper applique.
Hey guys, we're getting these technical difficulties with the sound figured out for you. Apologies for that.
And then you stitch, stop, turn, stitch, stitch, stop, turn, oh, stitch, right?
Hey guys, apologies that Becky's sound is cutting in and out. We are trying to get that fixed on our end over in Houston. If you haven't seen this demonstration, Becky also did this demo yesterday, so you can go and watch the replay of that as well.
I'm going to take, I need to, let me get my USB. Yes. Okay.
So we still get to drink wine.
Of course. She asked if you still get to drink wine. As a matter of fact, you can totally drink wine while you do this because you don't have to keep your stitches. Yeah. Well, I have already I'm scanning that. So scanned in the paper of the application. And I've scanned it in and I save my scan. What, babe? Am I in the way? Can you see that now? ScanNCut. Thank you. All right. My husband back there, Keith Thompson, you all watch me. There he is. There's the guy who makes the seam rippers. He's awesome. Already stage over. I've already scanned it in with the scanning mat. I'm going to scan to the USB stick. I'm going to get here when you touch retrieve data. Where can you get it from? You can get it from inside the machine, which I'm going to do that. You can get it wireless, some little radar waves. That's the wireless. You can get it from USB. And I'm going to do the 4, okay? That's my SCM file.
Hey guys, apologies for the technical difficulties. We're trying to get her sound fixed right now.
This is from Corey Yoder's new line, Cozy. I got it. Right on the back, okay? You can see how shiny this is. When you put heat and bond on the back of your fabric, you want to seriously adhere the heat and bond to the fabric. Meld it so they are one. You don't want the heat and bond getting stuck. This is the low tack mat. This is the teal low tack mat, all right? I'm just gonna put it on there, heat and bond side down. I'm gonna rub it very lightly. And I'm gonna load the mat into the machine and hit okay. Now, the beauty of scanning here, my snowman. The white pieces at the same time that I cut them. The blue box on the ScanNCut mat. So it helps to load the mat too. You have to load the mat. I love technology. It's smarter than me. And I'm going to hit start. What's happening now is the ScanNCut is taking a picture of the fabric. So it knows where the fabric is going to be. Okay. Oh. It's fine. I'm surprised. That thing will push stuff out of the way. Yeah. So in this case, the 4 really landed like that. So don't do it on the machine. The machine's too small. I like to upload it, which is free. Brother Canvas is free. And you can open it up and do all the cleanup and whatever you do there. Move your pieces around, send them back down, and then cut them out. So I'm going to take the 4 and I'm going to put it right on the fabric and make sure it's good to go. That looks fine. I'm going to hit OK. And now it says, please select. And I want to cut. You want to make sure that half cut is off. If you do any heat transfer vinyl, you use half cut. I forever am messing that up. And right above the test button, it says half cut off. So I'm just going to hit start. And so for the next minute or less than that, it's going to cut out the 4. And I don't have to cut out all my pieces. Now, you know, I used to watch the guy selling knives at Sam's. And I said, wow, he's pretty good talking in that microphone. Now look at me. Okay, you guys, wake up, y'all. Come on. I have my background for my piece. I'm making another, right? I have my background here. I have it fused to Pellon's 987F. I love this stuff for bags and wall hangings and whatnot. Fabulous, fabulous product. So I have it, I'm floating it on a piece of poly mesh. Okay? We have black in the machine, which is fine. I'm gonna just put that in there. All right, we're done. I'm gonna tell it okay. I'm gonna eject the mat. Let's see what we got. Ah, nice. Who wants to cut out 20 holly leaves with scissors? Anybody? No, not me. This is awesome. You do need to be a little bit careful when you pull your actual pieces off the mat so you don't stretch them, okay? So just be kind of careful of that. Now what I'm gonna do is I need to create the embroidery file from that FCM file that was made by the ScanNCut. All right, I'm all finished with ScanNCut. Done. I got 4 cables. I'll put this up here, my 4. Turn it. I'm sorry?
Are you using a rotary cutter blade?
No, ma'am. That's a standard. That's the standard black regular blade.
Auto blade?
Not the auto blade. It's not even the gold top fabric blade.
Oh, it's not the gold.
Nope. Nope. Oop, y'all don't read my email. Hold on. All right. Let me make this go away. Let's go to
Got to do the HMI.
HDMI. Would you switch my screen?
There you go.
Awesome. Awesome. Woo! Yay, technology, right? So,
I never do that right either.
as I told you guys earlier, Simply Applique is a module inside of BES4. So up here at the top, I don't know, let me get my mouse out so you guys can watch my mouse move.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. Thank you. So up here at the top, you see that B and that circle up there in the corner? If you have Simply Applique, there'll be an A there. But otherwise, the screen is absolutely identical to Simply Applique. It's totally identical. Now, one thing you cannot do with this program is drag and drop or file open. It won't let you do that. You need to go import. So up here in the corner where the B is, we're going to go file. I say file, it's like a Windows file system. Speaking of Windows, this runs on a Mac, but you have to have Parallels and the Windows OS installed. I talked to Joanne Banco from Let's Go Sew on PBS, and she told me she successfully runs this on a Mac with Parallels. So I've got File, and I'm gonna go down here to Import FCM. You see that? Everybody got that? Click. And I need to put my USB drive in my laptop. And let's see, that's a different one. Let's go to what is already on my computer. There's the 4. And I'm going to scroll over so you can see it is the FCM file. See that? All right. So that is the FCM file. And I'm going to click open. So there is the file I just saved from the ScanNCut, put it on a USB, and now I've put it in the machine, my computer. All right. So in this software, across the top, you've got menu buttons for Home, Arrange, and Tools. And on the Tools tab, look all the way over here to the other side. This far last one, it says Convert to Applique. See that? All right, now watch. Don't blink, you guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. Ah! Right. So I'm going to come over here to the sequence view on the left side of the screen, and I'm going to touch the plus. There is the applique file, and I'm going to touch this. There is your placement stitch, your tack down line, and your final satin stitch. This sequence view is where, if I wanted, when I did Santa's hat or a snowman, I would go, Mike, there we go, file, import, file, import, bring it. And then until you've got it all arranged how you want it, doing the fabric pieces on the back in front of you. Over here in the
Hey guys, apologies for the technical difficulties over on Becky's end. I did link in the chat this demo. We did do this demo yesterday. So that link is
I'm
down.
going to highlight
the audio is clear.
the object. We want to highlight the object because all highlight the object, and you can see it's highlighted up here on the left side of the screen. And when I highlight that, over here on the right side, the properties pop up, and see where it says applique type satin. I'm going to change it to blanket. It will also do motif and run stitches. And I'm going to click apply. Done. How's that? Ta-da! Yes.
I'm sorry, Bobby.
That's all right.
Question. If we didn't have an FCM, I make my own SVGs. Can I take that and put it into Simply Applique?
You can, but what you've got to do is you've got to get the FCM file. And if all you have is an SVG and you can make your own, Brother Canvas, the free Brother Canvas, import the SVG into Brother Canvas. It will.
I knew I was missing a step.
That's it.
And
Yes.
I watch you all the time.
Oh, good. Thank you. So you would go the SVG import on the Brother Canvas. Just click that.
I never went to the canvas, and
That's your step.
I have students who want to use this, and
Yep, that's it. Okay. So now I have, you're welcome. So now I have my embroidery file has been digitized by Simply Applique. So I'm just going to come up here. Now I'm going to come over to the B at the top for file again, and I'm going to go save as. Follow? Save as. This software saves to every home embroidery machine type. Husqvarna, Viking, Pfaff, Brother, Bernina, whatever you've got. Singer, it saves to all of them. So it defaults to paste setter, outline, BRF. I don't want that. Here is where you can choose your machine type for your embroidery file format. I'm going to go up to PES 10 right there. And now I'm going to save it as a PES file. And I've been doing this for a couple of days, you guys. So I'm just going to click the 4 and overwrite it and hit save. Do I want to overwrite? I'm going to tell it yes. And that's it. So I've now digitized the FCM file that the ScanNCut created. I digitized it to an embroidery file, applique file, in Simply Applique. And now I'm going to take my USB drive and I'm going to put it in my sewing machine, okay, in my embroidery machine. Don't fall. And normally I would send it wirelessly because I'm lazy. Yes, right. So, and you guys, if you want, as soon as I get back home, I'm going to do a video on how to use Brother's new design data transfer. We'll download it, we'll install it, and I will take you step by step on how to use it. I've got multiple machines all over my sewing room, and so I use it to send to all the machines. I absolutely love it. All right. But yes, I use wireless most of the time. So I'm going to go to embroidery. Is the camera on my sewing machine? This one. Right here. There we go. Okay. There's embroidery. I'm going to go to get it from USB. You can get it from the machine, USB, wireless, whatever. I'm going to go to USB. There's my 4. I'm going to touch it. And enough color data. I don't care. I'm going to use my own colors. I don't usually do that. All right, I'm done. Now, one of the things I need to do, and one of the things I love about the technology in the Brother machines, they've got a camera scanning system in them. So I'm going to hit set. And then up here at the top, there is a camera button. And I hit the and what it's going to do is take a picture of my hoop and what's in it. So let me hit scan, scan, cancel, scan. What's going on here? Let me do embroidery. Let's do it this way. There's no sticker. I don't see the sticker. No, it doesn't have a snowman on it right now. So let me just scan. Let me camera. Why is the Luminaire detect fabric this thickness? It wants me to use the sticker.
In the settings, you have to go turn off the fabric thickness sensor.
Thank you.
That's a good team. I like that.
Where is that at? This is the first time this has happened since I've been here. Oh, thank you. Yay! Scan. Camera, scan. Okay. Yay. I love my family. You guys are great. So it's taking a picture of my background. So it will tell, I can tell it where I want it to place the applique. Okay. Let's do background image off. On, oh, on. Yeah. So right there, I can see the 4 is not quite centered, right? It needs to move over this way a little bit. It looks like I've got an equal amount of beige fabric on the top of the 4 and the bottom of the 4, pretty good, right? So I'm just gonna hit close and I'm gonna go click on layout and I'm gonna go to, you can do move, which just does toggle buttons to move it, or you can do rotate and you can rotate and move at the same time in this menu. So I'm just gonna move it over a little bit. So I've got equal amount of green on either side of the 4. Are you guys happy with that? I'm happy with it. It's fine, right? Okay. Good enough for government work. That's what I say. Atta girl. Okay. So that, okay. She asked, could I size it down at this point? Absolutely not. You do not want to do that because what you have already determined the size when you cut it out. Yeah, if you change the size here, this won't fit. Once you create your cut file, it's over. All right? If you resize it in Simply Applique, you'll have to take it and save it to the USB stick, put it back into the ScanNCut and recut the piece. Okay? I'm glad you asked that question. That's extremely important. And I admitted that. I admitted that. So I'm done. So the first thing I'm just going to hit the go button. My button is green. Are we on the needle? Can you see the needle? All right. I'm going to hit the green button. Up. Stop. We are not threaded.
It's Jerry. Jerry did it.
I'm sorry.
Jerry did it.
Jerry did it. We're going to blame Jerry. Okay. That's all right. All right, that's good. Okay, so I'm going to just let it do its thing. Awesome. So it's creating the placement line for the 4 now. What you got? Okay, I'm done. Yeah, we're good. See, he's getting his hook out already. You got 3 minutes. Get off the stage.
We didn't have the orchestra to play.
Rotten Tomatoes. That's right. Get off the stage. Y'all, this saves so much time. It is amazing. And you're going to spend the time either slow stitching it on a sewing machine, or you're going to spend the time working in the software to get it to do what you want. But when you've got something simple like this, now I went slow because I was talking to you guys. I did that snowman in less than 5 minutes to get him on all the pieces where I wanted him to be. I will also tell y'all, when I have small things like the snowman's eyeballs or Santa's little eyeballs, I don't do the final blanket stitch on those. I skip over that on the machine because sometimes that can get a little stitch intensive, the blanket stitch. So I'm going to get my Woolly Betty. I love my Woolly Betty. And I'm going to iron this down. Oh, I love that. Hold on. Oh, I'm not plugged in no more. Let's hope that this is still warm enough. I don't know what happened to my... I'm glad I heated it up, but I don't think it's warm enough to hold it down. See, and before I was skipping. Robert, I don't have any heat to iron my piece on. It's barely warm. I don't know. It's not, I'm going to have to stitch it down if it's not hot. Yeah, it's not hot enough to adhere. This. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I have, nope. The one time I don't bring my KK2000, I need it. Isn't that how life goes, y'all?
So while you're doing that, if it pops out of the hoop, can you use the camera to position it in the hoop?
Yeah, if it pops out of the hoop, you'd need to start it. You'd need to rehoop another piece and another background piece and do it again. You've already got your piece cut. You've got your design set up. You can scan it. You can. Yeah. Let's see here if this is hot enough now. You can. I wouldn't. I would redo it. So, oh, there we go. Good. Good. Heat and Bond Light. Yeah, that's what I got is Heat and Bond Light. All right. So there, that's on. I'm going to put it back in here. Now, because I've secured it down with the Heat and Bond, I'm going to go to the needle plus minus. I'm going to skip the tack down stitch, and I'm going to jump to the final satin stitch, or the final blanket stitch. Okay. And there it goes. Look how precise that is. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so Simply Applique is incredibly inexpensive for embroidery software. $169. And if you, it's dirt cheap, I know. Dirt cheap. Yes, so to get one, you're going to go back here to the red tent and tell them you want Simply Applique, and they've got it, and they will hook you right up.
And I think it's 10%.
I don't know. That may be. They might have a 10% off at the show. I didn't know. Thank you.
Simply Applique, just what you showed us. There's nothing else.
Yeah, it does more too. It's got monogramming and lettering in it and all kinds of stuff. It doesn't do a lot. It doesn't do everything BES4 does, but it does a lot. And what it does fabulous. I mean, look at the precision on that stitch. Why not? Robert? Huh? Oh, Robert, can you put this camera on the... There it is. Yes, it'll work. So, PE, it will say... I don't understand the question. This is a PES file format for the brother. You mean, will it work with PE design? Is that what you're asking? Okay. I don't understand. Yeah.
I don't have any brothers software.
Yeah, that's why you want, just go get the Simply Applique. You don't need to have BES4. Okay. Yeah, just get Simply Applique. Yes, ma'am. It is. It's a standalone module. They pulled pieces of BES4 out and made it its own software called Simply Applique, and it turns out just beautiful, you guys. Okay, awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much. That's it. Subscribe. And if you guys get it and you're not sure how to work it, subscribe to my channel, Power Tools with Thread on YouTube. And I have baby step-by-step instructions on how to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that was Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread doing an awesome demo on Brothers Simply Applique. And again, I'm going to try and link this for you in the chat really quickly. You can purchase Simply Applique online right now. You can add it to your cart. It's a digital download. Let me go ahead and link this down below in the chat for you. If you've considered doing any sort of applique work or anything like that, this is truly an awesome software program to use. So I'm going to go ahead and link that right now. Let me get this link up for you. This is the download code. This is the download code if you want to purchase this. This is great for these customers who don't want to wait or pay international shipping costs or anything. So if you are watching and you are around, if you're not in the country and if you're not in the US and you'd like to purchase this anyway from us, you can. And this is at a super low price right now. So I would absolutely recommend picking this up if you are considering doing any kind of applique work with your machines, because look at how easy that was to do. I mean, Becky did it in less than a half hour, less than 30 minutes. So it was really, really cool to see that. So thank you again to Becky. Thank you for being part of our booth this weekend, Becky. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. And let's go ahead and look at the schedule again one more time. So this is our schedule. We just got finished with Becky Thompson. Now, coming up, we are going to have Barb Mikolajczyk talk about the Luminaire XP2. We're running just a slightly behind schedule, but we are still rocking and rolling. Please enjoy. We are going to have Barb do a fantastic demo on the XP2 very soon for you. And then we are going to switch gears and we are going to have Coleen Swettman come up on stage or near the main stage and do a demo on Brothers multi-needle embroidery machines. So stay tuned for that. You definitely don't want to miss it. There has some really awesome top of the line multi-needle machines, particularly the new one, the PR680W, their newest 6-needle. Absolutely an awesome machine, and Coleen demos it really well. In addition, she also does a really great job with the PR1055X, the Entrepreneur Pro. It is such a cool machine, and Coleen knows all the ins and outs of that particular machine and loves using it. And I love watching her do demos on that thing. So I hope that you enjoy that too. After that, we've got Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden. She was kind enough to pre-record a virtual demo with us, and she couldn't be there at the show. And then we will have Heather Banks to end our final day of the Quilt Festival, doing a demo on the SDX225F, a fantastic ScanNCut machine that you can buy online right now. Most of these ScanNCuts will have to go to a brother dealer to purchase. The SDX225F you can currently buy online. And Heather Banks is going to show you exactly why you're going to want to do that before the festival ends. It's an awesome little machine. It works really well. And I'm excited for you all to see that whenever we do get to that demo later on in about an hour and a half. That should be coming up pretty soon. So stay tuned, stay with us. We're going to have Barb Mikolajczyk coming on next. And guys, if you haven't subscribed to our social media, please do. You can go ahead and follow us everywhere to keep up to date on what we are doing. We have an Instagram account. You can find us there at AllBrands1976. You can find us on Facebook at allbrands.com if you just look that up. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked us on Facebook yet, or if you're watching on Facebook and you haven't seen our YouTube channel is All Brands Corporate. So go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and make sure that you've got notifications turned on for both of those things, okay? That is very important. You are going to get notifications every time we go live. So that way you can see exactly what we're up to. And we host a weekly show, both on Facebook and YouTube, called the All Brand Show, that either me, that I or Barbara Douthit will be hosting. And it's an incredible little show. We have some awesome educators that come on every week and show us some cool demos, tips, and tricks. It's just like the Quilt Fest, but not as big, essentially. We have just a smaller audience or a smaller demo, or a longer demo, just one demo for the show, and that's it. So if you haven't tuned into the All Brand Show, maybe you just found us via the Quilt Festival coverage, definitely stay tuned for that on Thursday. On Thursday, we will have Quilting Delights on. Now, let's bring on Barb Mikolajczyk. It's time. Let's go ahead and bring her in here.
All right, everybody. Hi. I'm Barb Mikolajczyk. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Can't hear me. She can't. Okay. I'm a Brother educator, been with Brother for 13 years, and I'm going to talk about this XP2. So give me an idea here. Do you guys have XP2s? No. So you just want to know. A dream machine. Okay. Okay. So I'll tell you a few things about what this does, maybe what's different than your dreams. And I'm going to spend this session on how to custom quilt. So this is a sample. You'll notice that there's stars in the sky, and then there's a different pattern on his hat and the brim and the nose, and everything is a different pattern. So this is all custom quilted in this machine. So I don't have to go pay a long arm those prices for custom quilting because I can do it myself in the design center. So now you have some of these capabilities in your dream machine. We just have more now in the Luminaire. So I'm going to start with a couple of things first, and then I'm going to get into how this happens. Okay? So one of the things I want to start with is this is your walking foot. And most people see this and put it in a drawer because it's like, what in the world? Please take it out of the drawer, put it on your machine, and use it. Here's an example as to why. This was pieced out of velvet. Think about a 1/4 inch seam, velvet to velvet. Talk about nightmare, right? No problem with this foot. No pins, don't need pins. So you just put your velvet together and put it under this foot and stitch it. Or if you're doing a side seam and you want the stripes to match when you're done, line them up, put it down. No pins, it'll stitch it under this foot. Your stripes will match perfectly. Your bindings, when you go around, if you're using this foot, there's no extra fold at the last corner because the fabric has scooched. This just never leaves the fabric, this belt. Other walking foots go like this, and when it lets go, it can move. It can scooch. So I just cannot tell you enough. I piece with this, not just things like velvet, but even my cotton. And they're perfect every time because nothing moves. So you've got to use it. You got to take it out of the drawer and put it on. Okay, so I started this with designing my own quilt block. And then I just made it whatever size I wanted to so that I could make a little velvet clutch for the holidays and pieced it together. And then I quilted it again using this foot and just following the shapes of the pieces. So I'm just telling you how valuable this foot is. Another new thing that will work on your dream machines also is this 5x7 magnetic hoop. It's new and it's so easy to use because you just lay in this case, I just have stabilizer and fabric. Just lay your fabric in, this just slides over and snaps on. So I love this. It's very easy to use. And of course, there's a discount at the show. They are back ordered, but they're coming. Okay. This is like with the rest of the world. Then, this is the software I used to design my thing. I just made it out of cotton to see if I was going to like it, and then I said, yeah, that'll work. I'll try that. Okay. So how does this custom quilting happen? This is another example of the custom quilting. The border, the large border, is done with an ornament and the word joy and a cardinal and a dove and anything Christmassy I could find. And then I found those online with free clip art and the ones that have no legal things to them that you can use. And I just traced them onto a piece of paper and then I scanned it into the machine. So I'm going to show you some of those. That pumpkin quilt, the pumpkin table runner right there, is quilted with this, which is boots and a hat and pumpkins and it's a custom. That's what I love to do is a custom quilting because I can do anything I can imagine, put it on a piece of paper. I can take a picture of it now and send it to my machine, or I can scan it in on the scan board. So the other one I've done is a poo quilt that I actually quilted with the words Tigger, Bounce, Eeyore, Rabbit, Roo, all of these things. So that's the one I'm going to scan in and show you. So you take, in this case, because I can't trust the Wi-Fi here, and I put it on my scan board. right? And I'm going to put it on my machine and go into the design center to make this happen. So I don't know what camera we're on. Are we on the, great. So in my design center, I'm going to scan in. Here's my scan icon. It's this fern. And this is a line image, but I forgot to do something. It's going to default to a satin stitch. I don't want to quote what satin stitch is. So right here, I can change that. I got to go back. I'm going to change it to a running stitch. So now when I scan it in, it'll come back out as a running stitch. So scan, it's a line design, scan and OK. And it's literally just going to scan whatever I put on the board. There's a white line and a black line on here. Don't ever cover those up. If you've been here for Jerry's demo, he scanned fabric and turned it into a stitch file. And I'm just going to warn you, don't cover those white and black lines up with your fabric, because that's reading your light source in your room. Because if you're like me, my machine's by a window and it's sunny one time of day, but it's dark another time of day. So it needs to be able to read those. So just don't cover those up. So it's scanning away, recognizing, and we're trying to be patient. That's why now I like to send a picture, because it's there right away. It looks like something's wrong because it's off my hoop, but it's not. The camera is a wide angle to the left, so it's good. Nothing's wrong with your machine. And it's going to come up on the screen. There's my design. So I'm going to just crop in a little bit, try to get rid of some of that magnet, because it'll actually stitch the outline of the magnet. The camera's not up. Back on the screen. Okay, so these were out here, and I just cropped them in a little bit. Thank you for letting us know it's not where it needs to be. So I have a little bit of my magnet left over. I'm not going to stitch it, but it's easier to erase it. So let me show you how to do that. Set, and I am now in the design center. Here's my eraser right here. So I pick my eraser, and I can choose to make this tiny, 0 to 100. And I can make it square or I can make it round, depending on what you're working on. So I'm just going to leave it round, and I'm just going to leave it there. And look, I'm just going to take my finger and erase those lines. If I happen to make a mistake and erase some of the pattern, all I do is undo it. And I can undo 50 times. But I say if you have to undo 50 times, start over. Okay, so it's a little hard for me to get in there and see a little more of that. So I'm going to magnify it to make it easier. And we can magnify up to 1,600%. So there's no problem finding your details. Obviously, that's a little too big for what I'm doing. Then I'm going to put my pan hand on, and I notice I missed a little bit here and a little bit, pull it down a little more and erase these. Yep. Just turn your pan off.
Can you do that with a stylus?
Yes, of course you can do it with a stylus. Yes. And I'm like, sometimes I have a stylus by me and sometimes I don't. So, okay. Yeah, and my favorite way to do it is with a mouse. Any USB connected mouse will do it. And you can get all the tiny little things. It's easier than your finger or a stylus. Okay, so let's say I'm happy with what I've got. I may not be, but that's okay. What I like is this bar up here, because that magnet's still there. I'm so visual, I don't like to see that magnet there. So all I have to do is press this up here and it goes away. I'm happier. It's silly because it's not going to stitch, but I'm happier because of the visual. Okay, so now I'm ready to take this and put it on my quilt, let's just say. So I do a couple of things. You definitely want to save this in the memory of the design center, because if you do that and you come back later and you want to work with it, you can. If you take it and save it in the embroidery side, it is now stitch file. It's not a stitch file yet. It's still, I can still work with it. Erase things, add things, draw things, whatever I want. So I would save it in the memory pocket of the machine. I'm not going to do that here. And then I'm going to take it right to my embroidery side. And now I have a stitch file. However, when I
I just messed up on you. When I put my quilt in, I may want to erase some of it so that it doesn't go over something I don't want it to go over. In this case, for this quilt, I did it on my border, so I don't have to erase it. So, obviously, you would not have cut your quilt already. So you would have excess on all sides. Let me grab that. Where did that, there it is. It's like, where did it go? It's under the table. Okay. So this would actually be completely hooped, and it is my whole sandwich. And then I'm going to, in the design center, I'm going to, boy, am I having trouble up here. Just pop it on. Yep, that's it.
Oh, perfect.
It's on. Okay, so I'm going to go back into the design center, and I am going to scan, but this time I'm going to scan as, change camera, please. So I'm going to scan as a image. I just want to see my quilt. So right here, image scan, scan and OK. And it's going to scan what's in my hoop, whatever hoop you're using. And then I would bring out of the pocket my design and superimpose it on top of my quilt so that I can position it as I wish. So if you wanted to do edge to edge, say, you would use Pattern Connect by Camera, which is a program in here that will connect one pattern to the next perfectly for you. You don't have to match anything up. It does it with the snowmen. Okay? The only thing with edge to edge is you have to make sure your pattern starts and ends at the same place to do each lineup. Now in this case, this is random. I did 2 different versions of these words so I could put them in here 4 different ways. Got that? I could put it upside down and 4 of them so there's no repeated pattern. It's random. Okay? So here, now this up here will darken my quilt. And you got to pretend that there's no words on there. And I would bring out of the pocket, but it's not in here. I got ballet shoes in here. So we're going to go into embroidery and pretend like, why won't you let me go next? Oh, because I have no pattern. Okay, we're going to bring ballet shoes in. All right, so instead of words, we're going to have ballet shoes. And this darkens what you're going to stitch, and this darkens what you're going to stitch on. So you can go back and forth to get it all lined up. So let's say I'm going to put these ballet shoes now in this. So I, easily enough, just take my eraser and erase it. Or you can grab, like in your computer, sections and just delete them. So in this case, I only want this on my sashing. And I don't magnify until later. That makes sense. But I am going to show you something that's really important. Okay, make that bigger. And this wouldn't be here because this wouldn't be finished yet. Once I'm done, I need to take this all the way out so I don't see any of my quilt, because you'll be surprised how much you miss erasing. You think you've got it, but you don't. And it's going to stitch it. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's say that's this particular quilt I'm doing with ballet shoes, or cats, or unicorns, or anything you can create or imagine, which is so much fun. So the other thing you can do is quilt around pieces. So this whole quilt, the blocks in here are made with embroidery, and each one has a different pattern around the embroidery in the block. And then I did the sashing with the words. So you can see here, I'm going to show you real quick how to do this. Each block has a character in it, but then see the quilting around it? So let me show you real quick how you do that. And you can do this in your dream. So you're going to pick a design, any design. I'm going to pick one of the ones that's up here. I think Tigger's in there. Set Tigger. And in Edit is this icon. It's an outline of a flower. That's all it is. So I press the outline of the flower, and what it does is it puts an outline around anything I've brought in. Doesn't matter where it's from. I always give it a little extra space because we're on sandwiches at this point, and it has moved. Its size is not original anymore. So I give it a little extra space so it won't accidentally stitch on it at all. And then if there were holes in here big enough, I could turn it on so that it would even quilt inside the holes. Say I have a big letter D, I can do inside as well as outside for the quilting. So this says I'm going to go to memory. Okay, what does that mean? It means go find me in the design center under this icon. Okay, I'll say okay. And then I'm here. It's like, wait a minute. I want to add my quilting, right? So add in the design center under that icon, but it lied to me because it's not there. It is, it's under the outline. So I'm going to go to the outline, pull up my Tigger, say, okay. And now all I have is an outline. That's what I want. The other thing I have to tell it is how big is my block? Because otherwise it'll quilt a whole bunch. So I'm real quickly going to add a block the size of mine. And when I say size, it tells me how big it is. So let's just say my blocks in this case are 6 inches. Here's my other secret. I don't make it 6 inches. I make it 595. Again, not exactly perfect. So 595-ish, and I'm good to go. However, it's going to stitch that block. There's no way I want to stitch that square. So I'm going to tell it not to stitch it. I come in here, choose no sew, go back, my fill bucket, and touch. Now listen real closely. Did you hear the knock knock? You might not from down there, but once you've got a knock knock, you know you've got it. For me, I want to hear that because it's hard to see that it changed. So I know I got it. So now all I have to do is fill whatever I want to do around Tigger. What did I do? Oh, I didn't use that Tigger. Oh, well. So I'm going to go into my menu. Here's all my fill patterns. I have 42 of them. You guys don't have quite as many in your dream, but you have them. And we're going to do circles around Tigger because he likes to bounce. And I'm going to do an orange for the heck of it. All I have to do is fill bucket, touch, and I'm now quilting around. That's exactly what happened in here. On this one, though, I also did the sashing. So my block size was as big as my block and my sashing. A lot of times I'll do something different on the sashing, but I thought that was just going to get too busy. Yeah, you're welcome to take a shot. No, I'll get it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's how I do my custom quilting. So like I said, you can look closely at the pumpkin one there, and it's the witch's shoes and all that. The heart one there is done with just a heart design that I created. The sunflower one is actually quilted with sunflowers. And all I did was trace the cover of the pattern. That's what I did with the ballet shoe one I did. And I did one with trucks and planes and boats and trains, stuff like that, for a boys quilt, because there's no patterns out there for boys quilts. And that turned out really well.
So when you did the words for the theme for Tigger, did you cut and paste and put those in like you would on a computer?
No, that was part of the embroidery design.
Oh, that's part of the
That was part, and I just traced them.
You did that when you were doing those?
Yep. I literally just traced them.
Can you cut and paste like you do on a computer?
Sure. On your in your software, absolutely.
And then just put it in there.
Yeah, and create your thing. So the other thing you can do with quilting is you can press one button and it will echo around whatever you've got going on. That's it. Let's see what I can echo around. Let me go home. Let me pick. I don't know. We'll just do Tigger again. Let's echo around Tigger. That should be interesting. Set him. I'm going to open up Edit. And right here, I have Instant Stipple. So I can instantly stipple around Tigger, and I can change my hoop size, or I can instantly echo around Tigger, and I can change that distance, because that's a whole lot of quilting. I don't need that much quilting. So I'm going to go ahead and change the distance and the spacing and see what it looks like now. This is probably too big, but I was talking instead of paying attention. All right, so now there's my echoing around him. I can also right here choose any of those 42 backgrounds to go around him instantly. So there's different ways to choose to quilt. And you can change those quilt patterns. You can rotate them, you can size them, you can distort them if you wanted the circles to look like pebbles. And you can just play until the cows come home, you know. So I did want to show you that echoing. And then another thing built into this machine is the sashing, auto sashing. So see those two sashing strips around there and that quilting on there? All I had to do was tell the machine how wide, how long, and how thick. And it did it all for me. Okay, it doesn't stitch it all at one time. You can do a king size quilt. So it'll do as much as in your hoop and you just go around, but it lines it up for you by using the projector and projecting on your fabric. So you can just match where to start again. Because you can hoop it anyway. It doesn't know just how you hooped it, but you can see, move it here to match and you got it.
As long as you match it when you change the when you go to the next section.
Yep. So this is another sample of just two different sashings, just telling it how long, how wide, and how thick, and it does it for me. So this is also a couple of things I did in the design center. See how this went around the flower and the leaf, that quilting? I just scanned this into the design center like I did the poo. And then I took the pencil icon and I just drew around those pieces and it stitched it for me. So I'm not good at free motion. I'm just not. I don't have to be anymore. That's why I'm a garment sewer and a costumer, but now I'm loving doing this stuff. And then the other thing I did was on this one, and I used white thread so you could see all of the reeds that were stitched. Again, in the design center, scan it in as an image, use my pencil, and I just drew those lines on all those reeds or leaves, and then it stitched it. So it thread painted for me. So this is my faux thread painting. Because once again, I'm just not good at it. I've never taken enough time to get good at it. Okay, so I think I got a couple more minutes real quick here. This is one thing I like to show because people have heard this and then they forget about it. So let me grab a design and show you an example here. I've got one more thing and I'm off, Robert. I'm going to grab this rose and I want to change the size of this rose. Okay, you all know you go to an icon that says size. Yes? Okay, I just went to size, but it defaults to this box that there are no stitches in. Cancel. Which means you can size up 20% and down 20%, but it's not going to change your stitch count. Think about that. There's 40% difference between the large and the small and 2 stitches different. If you touch this icon right next to it and say, okay, now it's going to change your stitch count as you size, and now you can size 200% bigger and 60% smaller, and look at how many thousands of stitches have been changed in the stitch count. That is so important. People get the machine and then they forget and they said, they told me I could size up 200%. It won't let me. That's because they don't press that icon right there. That's the only reason. And you can do this with any design you bring in, as long as it was well digitized to start with. If you have a crummy digitized pattern, it's just going to be different size crummy digitized. Okay, and you can't fix that. Okay, all right, I think my time's up. I gotta get off of here for somebody else. If you have questions, I'll be over here. I'd be glad to show you anything and answer any questions. Thank you for attending.
All right, you guys. That was another awesome demo from Barb Mikolajczyk on the Brother XP2. Now, if you missed her, you can go back and you can watch her demo on the XP2 that she did on Thursday. Thursday was the last time that she demoed the XP2 for us. Friday and yesterday, we had the awesome Angela Wolf from It's So Easy TV demoing on the XP2. If you'd like to catch those, you can check out all of the replays from the show over on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. They should all be up there. And this video, the one that's streaming right now, should be available to rewatch as soon as we go off the air. So that will be ready for you very soon. So guys, we only have about another hour left, and that's the end of the Quilt Fest. In an hour, it's crazy. We'll be ending our live coverage very soon, but in the meantime, let's take a look at our schedule, what we've got going on for the rest of the day. We've got 3 more demonstrations today, 1 more live demo. So we've got Coleen Swettman about to come up on the stage to talk about Brother multi-needle embroidery machines. She is awesome. She knows the ins and outs of these machines. She knows them like the back of her hand. So I'm very excited for you to see and see her lend her knowledge to you. It's going to be great. And then after that, we've got 2 pre-recorded demos. The awesome Reen Wilcoxson was kind enough to pre-record a demo with me for the festival since she couldn't attend in person. So we have a demo for how to make this awesome little mat, this little sewing machine mat for you on the XP2, I believe is what Reen will be demoing on. So again, thank you so much to Reen Wilcoxson for pre-recording that. And many, many thanks to Heather Banks, because after Reen from Embroidery Garden, we will be having Heather Banks. We'll be showing a pre-recorded demo of hers. She demoed the SDX225F for us. Now, guys, this is a machine. This is a ScanNCut that you can purchase online right now. So do not, don't forget to check that out on our website if you've considered purchasing a ScanNCut. Now, there are a few things that I just want to remind you all of before we continue on with our schedule. So we are running some giveaways. Now, we're running some giveaways, and I can try and link that stuff in the chat for you. So we are giving away a BQ 950, guys. This is another machine in Brothers Quilt Club collection, and it is absolutely an awesome sewing and quilting machine. You can do a ton with it. It's great. Absolutely great. And Diane, we can try and get that question answered. Unfortunately, we don't have any communication with the educators over in Houston, but I can try and send them a text and see if we can get that answer for you. So we have that BQ 950 giveaway that we are running. Now, there are 2 different ways you can enter into that giveaway. Number 1, you can fill out the form that we have. I believe it's linked on our website. Let me double check that for you. Oh, it's in the chat. Okay. Just kidding. It's in the chat already. We have the link to that BQ 950 giveaway down in the chat. All you need to do is fill out that form. That's it. It's free. Go ahead, do it. Or if you don't feel like filling out a form, if that's too much, maybe you are watching on your computer and you don't want to click away, you can use your phone to text giveaway to 225-330-7441. Now, giveaway is all one word, so keep that in mind. And I'm going to let that scroll across the screen for a while so you have a chance to write that down and use it. It is 225-330-7441. All you have to do is text giveaway, one word, to that number, and that will enter you into the giveaway for the BQ 950. So definitely do that. It's free, costs you absolutely nothing, and you could win an awesome machine. So now let's go ahead and cut on over to Coleen in the booth.
I'm on. Okay. Hello, I'm Coleen from Brother, and I'm here today with my beautiful PR 680W. It's the Brother's newest 6-needle machine, and it has a lot of magical tricks that we're going to show you. So let's get started on this guy. He's got some really, really cool things to work with. And I'm trying to think of where I want to start because there's so much to include. But let's start right here with our designs. So we've got all kinds of beautiful designs, and they're categories. So these are the jumbo alphabet categories, and you can see that that one comes up at nearly 6 inches. So it's really spectacular for monograms, and we're going to get rid of that because I don't need it. And we're going to go back. These would be our regular alphabets. And this one has the most of any of our brother machines. So more alphabets than you're used to seeing. Some really, really fun new ones. And then let's go to the little teeny tiny ones. And we have Japanese in there if you know how to say what you're writing. Let's go to return. And we're going to go in here and we're just going to pick one of the new categories of designs. And we're going to pick this design right here. And we're going to choose, actually, we're going to pick the dinosaur. There we go. And I want to show you how to position him first. And we'll go back and look at some of the other tricks. But the positioning is always kind of a challenge. And in this case, the machine is going to take care of me and make me perfect. And I think that's really special and important. So let me show you how it does it. I'm going to cross in front so I can get this up in the camera angle for you. So here I have my shirt. And you can see that I didn't do a really good job of hooping because my pocket is really, really crooked. Now, sometimes you're just thinking I'm a pathetic hooper, but that's not the case. Sometimes you're having to work around a pocket or a collar or decoration or buttons, and it's just really hard. So this allows me to hoop a little off center and still get it right. So watch this cool trick. I'm going to slide it in. I'm going to snap it into place. And of course, that hoop is still at that silly, silly angle. So we're just going to go to edit end. We'll come back to these other things later. And right here, there's a crosshair. And this crosshair, this laser crosshair, is the key to your success and my success. Because I can't hoop straight anyway. So I'm going to touch this. And I can align this with the bottom, the middle, the top, wherever I want to. I actually want to align it with the bottom. So that's where I'm going to set the dot. I'm going to touch next. And it can go horizontal or vertical. And I want mine to be horizontal because that's along my pocket line. So I'm going to touch next. And now on my screen, on my item, I think you'll be able to see this in just a second. You're going to see a crosshair on, there's a little red crosshair right here, and there's a white chalk line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run, let's see if I can do this with my left hand. Oh, there we go. I'm going to run my crosshair right up to where it matches that chalk line that I drew. And I've got a perfect position on that. Now that's not good enough because my pocket is not straight. So I'm just going to touch next. And I have that second point, remember, that we set in? And I'm going to run that one up to where it is with the chalk line. So now I'm going to touch set. And you can see on the screen, you can see the angle of my dinosaur. So that's a testimony to how badly I hooped. It's at 345 degrees. That means I hooped 15 degrees off. But it's going to stitch absolutely perfectly because that's the angle of my pocket. So no more failures, no more screw-ups. I am going to be perfect on everything that I hoop, no matter what I have to hoop around. Is that impressive? So I'm going to take this guy off. Well, I'm going to just grab a shirt and show you one that I did because I have a...
Can we ask a question?
Sure.
Asking, how often do you have to change needles on this machine? Is that something that's based on the needle, or is it based on the machine and the speed?
It has nothing to do with the machine or the speed. It has to do with what you're stitching through, if that makes sense.
And restate that it's about needle. Like, how often do you have to change needles? Because they can't hear me. So
okay, so the needles, how often? The question was, how often do you have to change needles? And that's really at your own discretion. I'll say this, if I'm doing a thin knit or a fine fabric, I'm going to change my needle more often. And if I would have to change needles if I'm going through something thick, like a heavy denim, and I've done a lot, then I would change my needle before I went to a silk. I don't change my needles a lot. I buy the really good needles from my dealer, and I use them carefully. So it just depends so much on what you're running through it. So not often. I mean, I can see why you might think it's more often, but it is truly not. I mean, I go months and I use my machine a lot. So here is this is a little shirt, and I like to show it because it's got a stripe on it. And of course, if the little digger isn't straight on the stripe, it's just gonna not look good. But he is, of course, perfect on the stripe because I used my laser connection when I was hooping him. And even though I didn't hoop straight, I still have a perfect embroidery. And that's what's important to me, is having it be right and wonderful. And so that was just a fun one to do. And then somebody was just asking about needles. So I brought along a heavy piece. This is a 2.5 to 3 millimeter leather. And when you're doing leather, the secret is not the needle, but the secret is the density. Don't go wild with high density because you will perforate the leather and leather can't heal itself. So use your software or use the materials on the machine and get that real low density so that the leather can hold that number of stitches. But isn't that pretty? It really gives a cool effect. So let me put that aside. And let's go back to just a minute here, and I'm going to show you some things on the screen that you didn't get to see because I was in a hurry to show you my pretty crosshair. So let's go in here and let's choose this guy. And we'll set him into place. And so there's so many things I can do with him. I can resize him. Now, if I resize him using the empty box, the highlighted empty box is not going to change stitches for me. But if I resize him using this box, see how it says, is it okay to reset it? When I touch OK, now there's stitches in that box right there. So when I change this one, I can go down 50% and up 150%. So that's a lot more than you can do with the empty box because I'm changing the stitches. So you're always going to want to use that one. And I'm going to just go ahead and escape that and tell it okay. This one is obviously rotate. This one is going to flip the design in case I needed it to go the other direction. I can change the density. I can change my colors. This one is kind of a fun thing because you can take a design and you can add more designs. So I'm going to touch it and I'm going to go the vertical pattern and I'm just going to go plus. And those are a little closer than I would like them. So I'm going to tell it to space them apart. And then I've got a couple of them in a row and I can actually go and add an entire screen full of designs for whatever I need to do. So if you're trying to do a lot of something, this is a quick way to get a lot of them done. Now I'm going to take it back to just my single design. This icon is copy paste. So it shows you one and then a second one appearing. This one would group, but I can't group because I only have one on screen right now. This one would make alignment for it. Again, since I only have one, there's nothing to align. And this is probably one of my favorite and most useful icons is Applique. And when I touch Applique, I have a whole new toolbar up here. So the one that's shaped like a cloud means that it's going to configure to the shape of whatever I gave it. Now I have all these other patches and shapes of circles and diamonds and squares and badges and hearts and flowers and leaves and everything. I like auto configure, so I'm going to touch that one. This one lets me show you how far apart, how far away from it do I want it to be. And when I touch set, you see the applique badge come into place and I can make it bigger or smaller, whatever I want to do. I actually don't really want this in applique right now, so I'm going to cancel it. And whoops, cancel, there we go. And there it is. So I've got my design back. This one right here is magical because look, I wanted instant stippling in my quilt block and boom, there it is. No, I don't feel like stippling today. I feel like outlining around it. Look at that, echo quilting, and it's beautifully, beautifully done. So I have those two in it that I can pull in. This would be my text letter. So if I was going to add text, I would have all kinds of tools for text.
And when I go to my next page, edit end, I can rotate. I can auto baste. So that will putting a basting around it. Sometimes you're wanting to work in a hoop and you like the leather. I'm not going to hoop my leather. So I'm going to baste around the edge or maybe put sticky paper in it to hold it. This one lets me go in, and I love this guy because here's a design, and I'm thinking that I might not want that red in there. So all I have to do is touch right here and the red goes away. So any color that you want to take out, you can simply delete by touching it. Now, if you're feeling bad about touching it, and it shows you the little icon here, you can just touch it and it'll come right back in. So we're going to go to OK. This one you've already seen, and you've already fallen in love with this one because this is what makes you perfect. It's your laser icon. This one is going to color sort for you. So let's say I was doing a bunch of patches and I want them to stitch the entire patch. I want them to stitch every color. So I want it to do all of the blue and then all of the white. And this one would tell it to do it that way. This one turns everything into a single color. And then down here, you have a couple of very, very wonderful tools. This one will just walk around and show you where your design is. It actually does a trace around the outline. And this one right here lets you pick a point. So I want to know where the bottom of my design is going to be because I'm aligning it up over the top of something. In this case, I might want to use that as an alignment line because I'm lining it up against a placket. And I want it to be on that placket side. So this will show you the different points. And so you can move if you're coming out of a stripe or something. Then I usually keep it in center. And then I'm just going to tell it OK. And it would be ready to go to embroidery. So I would just touch embroidery and there's my colors. Here it shows me my colors. So I have a visual image. If you have only numbers or colors that you're not familiar with, you can always pick the color to match the screen. And when I close this, it will shrink down for easy access, but it will show you right here on the screen. Now the hand is my friend. So I'm going to touch the hand. So the hand comes up here beside number 2. And what it tells the machine is it needs to stop before it goes on to stitching number 2 color. And maybe that's because I want to check it for something or add something to it. It will stop and let me do that, which is really, really an important and impressive skill to have. And then I can just turn it off if I want to. So very, very cool. Magic Wand allows me to change my colors. There's so many wonderful tools on this machine that make it so very user-friendly. Now we've got a few minutes, so I want to show you some samples because sometimes it's really fun to be able to know. First of all, I'll tell you what comes with it, and then I'll show you some samples. So what comes with it? So you get the machine, you get 2 arms. The arms are the thing that hold the hoop. So the arms are the A, which is for all of the hoops that come with the machine. And then B, which is another hoop other hoops that you might want to buy. A lot of them fit on the B arm. So Brother gives you that so you're ready. So on the A arm, you're going to get a 1.5 by 2.5. So that little one for sleeves and things. You're going to get the 4 by 4, the 5 by 7, and the 8 by 12. So you get a nice variety of hoops. Then we have, it's not included, but then we have this fellow right here. And this is the tubular arm table. And it just, I'm going to try to, it swings down, it folds up flat, swings down. I can slide it right under the arm of the machine. And then it can pull out as far, if I could, there we go. It can pull up about 14 inches out from the needle. So you have good support for those heavy things that you're doing. If you're doing a heavy coat or something that might pull your arm down, this is going to keep it sturdy. So it's really a great piece to have. Now, let me show you another fun thing because some of you live in Ugg boot territory. So here we go. And this, I brought just a child's Ugg boot because I don't like carrying a bunch of them around. But isn't that the cutest thing in the world? Well, yes, there is a shoe hoop where you can do shoes because you're thinking to yourself, I don't know how in the heck I would get a boot into my hoop. Well, you're not going to. So there is a shoe clamp that's an actual clamp, and it holds these really tight. Now I'm going to tell you a secret about Brother Hoops, and here's the secret. They call this the shoe clamp because they made it to go for shoes. But what if you wanted to use it on gloves or a pocket or a purse? Or of course you can use it for that, or for wallets, or for anything. So when you look at a hoop and you look at the name, you just remember you use it for whatever you need it for. And here we have just a little bitty baby shoe. Can you imagine putting baby's first step, the date of their birthday, or some other fun thing right on that shoe? So I'm going to put that over here out of the way. Now there is software available, so I'm going to show you. This is my favorite granddaughter, and yes, of course, I only have one granddaughter. So this is a photo stitch, and this is the ability that you can get if you have our PE Design 11 software. It has a lot of other stuff in it too. Now this is a hoop that is new this year, and it's called the Flash Magnetic Frame, and this one is a 4x4, but we also have it in the 5x7. And what's so cool about it? Well, there's two things that are so cool about it. Number one is the magnets. So to release the magnet, I'm just going to put my thumb here, my finger on the bottom, and the magnets come right off. Now these magnets are so powerful. If you didn't have that release, you would definitely not be pulling it off because it fits nice and tight. But you just unclip and off it goes. Now up here, you have a cage. I call it a cage. And the cage holds all the bad parts of a shirt. So it could hold, or a bag, if you're doing a bag and you have the strap, all of that stuff can stay up in here, and then it doesn't want to get behind the machine, which is really a cool thing. Now, how big of a bag can I stuff in here? Well, let me show you. I'm going to hold this by, oh, one more thing. You can put this on the machine and just leave it on the machine, and you just pull the magnets off, and the bag will come down, slide the next bag in, and you're ready to go. Now, how much bag can I stuff in there? Well, let me just show you. This is a heavy, heavy canvas laundry bag, and it is probably over 30 inches that I have stuffed into that space. And it wasn't even hard to do. Now, some of the things that are really big money makers, if you're doing this for money, some of the things that are really big money makers are caps. And the cap driver is not included, but you sure can get it. And this is a grunge cap. And isn't that just the most fun design? It's so exciting and colorful. I've actually had people say it's their favorite one.
So I have a question.
Ask your question.
So the Quilt Festival sales are open until tomorrow.
Oh.
Special things are included with the machine now until tomorrow that we can't get if we wait until after tomorrow.
Oh, I was just asked a great question, and I didn't know this information. So I'm going to show you some things that are included in our bundle, and I didn't know they had till tomorrow to buy from the Quilt Festival. That's good information. So remember I mentioned that you get the machine, the 4 hoops, a toolkit. So you get everything you need to get going. But at the special, and boy, this is a huge special. I can't tell you the price, but it's a lot. You're getting the whole stand. So that stand has glides on it, and you can drive it around on its wheels, or you can lock it. It has a lockable wheel set. So they're including that. That's amazing. And that's free. I'm not going to tell you the value, but I know the value, and it's really a lot. But I can't say the numbers on camera, but it's a lot. This one is the Flash Magnetic Frame, and I just showed you that a minute ago. I was so excited about it because I love it dearly, and that's included as a rebate from Brother, I believe. And the last thing is my beloved hat frame. I had no idea they could still get that tomorrow. Oh my goodness gracious. So do you know what a cap like this would sell for? I'm not going to talk about the cost of the cap frame again, but it's Wow, getting that for free is an awesome gift. But I'm going to ask you what you think you might pay for a cap like this, because I already know the answer. Well, I'll tell you the answer. This is a flat brim cap, and they're really, really popular with a certain age group that's willing to spend money. And this cap, I've heard twice at the show, but I know it from my own experience with the grandchild, is going to sell for about $50. Now, I've already got the cap frame that I got for free with my machine. Oh, my goodness. And I can tell you that when I buy a cap blank, it's going to be a little less than 10% of the cost I would be selling it for. So you do the math on that, and it'll bring a smile to your face, I'm pretty sure. Because you can see it doesn't take very many of these to make a day's work. So let's see what else we have in here. Gosh, there's a little baby onesie. Can you imagine the fun of a coming home from the hospital gift or a happy birthday special onesie? Those are just so much fun to give. And let's see what else I have hidden here. Oh, this one's a great one because it's the sleeve hoop. Now, remember what I told you about the hoops? They're named for what the engineers called it. They called it a sleeve hoop, and it's wonderful for sleeves. It's just as wonderful for pant legs and baby onesies and the vertical lines on shirts and jackets where you want a line going up and down. And you already know how you can make this match perfectly because you'd use your laser alignment and it would match perfectly with every hooping. So, wow, that's like a tremendous hoop and a tremendous savings that you would be able to make. What else have I got down here? I showed you how to do an applique on the screen, but I didn't show you a finished one. So here's a finished applique. And what makes it so amazing is that when I turn it down, the inside of the hat, you can't see anything there, can you? So when I turn it down, it still looks nice and clean. And when you flip it up, you have that beautiful, beautiful design, which would be a little hard to do on this knit cap and have it beautiful stitches. But my stitches are beautiful, and this is fun. And I think that was probably my cue to say goodbye to you. I thank you so much for coming and spending your time with us. It's been fun for us here in Houston. I'm excited for you that you have another day to take advantage of that pricing. So be sure to call AllBrands or your favorite salesperson and take advantage. And thank you so much for coming to see us. Have a super day.
All right, you guys, that was such an awesome live demonstration with Coleen Swettman. I just want to thank everyone who has made all of these live demonstrations possible throughout the festival. That was our last live demonstration for the day and for the rest of the festival. I want to thank so many people. There are so many folks that are working behind the scenes. We are quite literally all hands on deck right now trying to make the Quilt Festival the best experience for you. So many, many, many thanks to everyone working the booth in Houston. We've got literally everybody. There's too many people to name. I think it would probably take me longer to name everything, but thank you. Thank you all so much for making all these live demonstrations and for facilitating all of the stuff that we have in the booth. Unfortunately, I know that we're doing the virtual section, so you couldn't see some of it, but we were doing so much in the booth, just demonstrating and chatting with you and doing meetups with the educators. It has been truly an incredible experience. And I am so happy that I had the privilege to be a part of the virtual section again for the second time. This has been an absolutely amazing time. And again, from the bottom of all of our hearts, we have been a family-owned and operated business since we have gotten started. And thanks to you and thanks to your support, we have grown so very much. And I am so beyond proud to call myself a member of this team. And I hope that that the amount of pride that we have in all of this stuff that we have been giving to you over the course of the weekend really comes through, because we are so proud of all of this hard work. And again, I cannot thank enough all of the people that worked so hard to make all of this happen. Now, again, just like Coleen said, you can still take advantage of these specials for one more day. One more day. After November 1st, they will be gone. They will be gone, y'all. This is the best pricing of the year. The prices are low. The financing is fantastic. We are doing 60-month 0% APR financing on a lot of these machines. So if you have ever considered purchasing one of these larger ones, absolutely do it now. You need to do it now. Otherwise, you're not going to get prices like this ever again, and really until, you know, the next festival. But then our bundles are going to be different. Everything's going to be changed. We have some incredible bundles, some amazing things we are throwing in free with all of these products. So please definitely run, do not walk to your nearest AllBrands location tomorrow and take advantage of these prices while you still can tomorrow. Now, so we just finished up with Coleen Swettman talking about multi-needle embroidery machines, and now we have 2 more demos. We still have 2 more before we finish up. We are going to be talking about we are going to be talking with Reen Wilcoxson in a pre-recorded demo about how to make a really awesome little sewing machine mat on your Brother XP2. It's adorable. It's got a little pocket. You can put it under your machine and it can hold notions and everything. It's going to be so cool. And I think that you're going to really enjoy that one. In addition, we are also going to be having Heather Banks talk about the SDX225F, an awesome scan and cut machine that you can purchase on our website right now. You can purchase this one online. So if you have ever considered picking up a ScanNCut, now is the time. Pick up that ScanNCut online, or you can come to one of our stores tomorrow and you can purchase one of the other ones. We have an awesome new one, the SDX 325, I believe, which has that new My Connection feature that can talk to your Luminaire if you have one. It can wirelessly talk to it, and that's so cool. Oh, it's so cool. So guys, again, this has been such a great time, and thank you all so much for being part of this. Thank you, Denise, for watching. Josie, thank you so much for always being in the chat and hyping us up. We appreciate that so very much. Thank you, Larry, for watching for so long. We really appreciate everyone doing this. And yes, thank you, Marcia, for watching as well. Shirley, thank you so much. I'm trying to keep the energy up for you guys, and I am so happy that I have helped you out. Just keeping it happy, keeping it positive, keeping all of the vibes good. And yes, Josie, there's so much behind the scenes that we have been working on. Many, many thanks to Robert Douthit, who has been helping us with the cameras and the sound, and all of the AV over in Houston has been an absolute great help, great help to this process. While we were all in the booth, while Barbara and John F. and John M., our owner, are all in the booth running around talking to you guys and making sales and making connections with people. Thank you. And thank you, Nilda. Thank you so much for watching. So guys, before I play Reen's demo, I just wanted to stress again, if you haven't yet, please follow us on our social media. We have a Facebook page. We have Facebook. It's allbrands.com. That is our main page. Our YouTube channel is AllBrands Corporate, and our Instagram is at AllBrands1976. You can see it. Oh, there we go. You can see it right there, down there. We are on all of our social media, and we are always trying to update you with the coolest new things that we have got going on behind the scenes. So we not only broadcast for the Houston Quilt Show, but we do broadcast every single Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. We broadcast the AllBrands Show over here on Facebook and on YouTube. So if you have not tuned in for that yet, or maybe you just found us because of the Quilt Fest coverage, please go ahead and give us a watch this Thursday. We are going to announce the winner of our mask decorating contest, which you can still enter and vote on your favorite entries over at allbrands.com/mask. And we are going to have quilting delights on. And I think we are going to pull the winner for the BQ 950 giveaway that day as well. So get excited for that. So much is going on. We've got such an awesome year planned for you guys coming up next year. We've got content, so much we are working on behind the scenes to give you the best experience possible. So we really appreciate that. Now, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play Reen's pre-recorded demo. Now, I hope that you enjoy. Much everybody for tuning in to all of our live coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. This segment is being pre-recorded, so unfortunately we won't be able to answer any of your questions live on the air with Reen, but if you do have any questions, we will be able to answer them in the chat. So with me today, I have Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and we are going to be showing you a really fantastic demo on the Brother Luminaire. Reen, I will just let you take it away.
Thanks, Callie. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and today I'm going to show you a couple things. I am going to show you how to do this cute in the hoop. I'm going to call it a machine mat. You can put it underneath your machine so that the machine kind of rests on the top part, and a little pocket down here could catch thread scraps. It could hold some notions for you, scissors, etc. But what we're going to do is we're going to learn about this type of quilting that is referred to as edge to edge, end to end, all over. There are different names for it, but there are two built-in edge to edge type of designs on the Luminaire or the Luminaire 2. If you have the Luminaire and you've upgraded it with the Kit 2, you would have these two quilting designs. And then after I get done showing you how to line them up, I'm going to go into my design center and I'm going to show you how to turn it into this in the hoop little machine mat. So let's go over what I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using the Luminaire XP2. I am going to be using the Dime Snap Hoop Monster. This is their magnetic hoop. I'm using, this one is the 9.5 by 14. I'm going to be using some Dime stabilizer. This is their no-show stabilizer. It's a lightweight, soft cutaway. I'm going to be using exquisite thread. I'm using a 7511 needle and a pre-wound bobbin. You can see I've already gone ahead and I have stitched the first half of this quilting design. And the reason I did that is, one, for time, and two, because if you are working on a whole quilt, you're not going to sit down and do it all in one sitting. You're going to have to stop the machine and, you know, come back to it another day. So the idea is going to be how you line this up. We're not actually doing a quilt today. I am quilting fabric. If I have time later on, I'm going to show you a project that I've been working on that is an actual quilt that I've been doing this technique on, that has a backing and has batting and has a top. So let's go to the machine to see how we're going to do this. I'm going to change my camera. All right, so we're over here at the machine, and let me just get my hoop brought over here. Wake the machine up. So to find these quilting designs I'm referring to, we are in embroidery mode on the machine. I'm going to hit category 1, and I'm going to scroll all the way over to the very last category, number 15. And if you scroll all the way down, remember this is on a Luminaire 2, or if you have upgraded your machine from a 1 to a 2, you're going to find these two quilting designs down here. Let's just look at both of them. This one is kind of a feathery looking design, very pretty. I could see it being used on almost any type of quilt. I'm going to today use this little cute sewing themed quilting motif. So let's first let me go ahead and hit set so we can see it really large. So the whole idea of these types of designs are it has a starting point, and this one, it starts over here, and then it's going to stitch the design and it's going to end over here. And what you do is you take these designs and then you match them up so that they look like an all over quilting pattern when you're finished. And with the Luminaire, it's really easy to do because you have certain features of the Luminaire that are going to help you. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to bring in that other pattern to line it up here. And this is where I stopped. And you're going to notice I have a long tail, a thread tail. You want that. So we're going to get ready to line up this new design with the one that I've already stitched. So the first thing I have to do is this design, if you look up here, it's come in at almost 10 by 15. So it's for the big hoop. What's really great about these built-in designs are that you can edit them. So let's click edit. And on this one, I'm going to resize it because I'm just quilting fabric. If I were doing a whole quilt, this size would be perfect because I could do some simple math and figure out how many hoopings I would need to go across my quilt and to go down my quilt. But on this project that I'm doing today, I'm going to resize it, and I'm going to use this button right here to resize. This is the resize button that is going to regenerate the stitches. Now this just is a running stitch design, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. And the machine is asking me to reset the pattern to its original size and position. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to resize it. And I'm just going to take this design down all the way, as far down as I can get it, as small as it'll go. And the machine will tell you when you've reached that point. And I reached the point right there. Hear the knock, knock. That means it won't go any smaller. So for this particular design, I need to rotate it for the project that I'm working on. So let's go back up to edit. And I'm going to rotate. Whoops, I hit the wrong one. That's all right. My mouse is being a little crazy here. I'll reset it. And I'm going to rotate 90 to the left. And let me just touch it here. My mouse is being a little crazy on me today. Okay, so I have it where I need it according to size and position. So I'll hit OK. And now I need to line it up with the design that I've already stitched. Now again, remember it's going to start stitching here and it's going to end up here. So let's hit embroidery and get ready to stitch. And I'm going to use the projector. The projector is this cone-shaped little icon. And what it's doing is it's going to project this design down onto my hoop. Okay, now this is where I left off. And let's see if I can't get a little better angle for you here. Let's see, I think you're going to be able to see this. So I'm going to have to move the design up some. I keep moving it up until I need to find that starting position. And I believe it's coming up, and there it is. You can see where the design is actually going to start stitching is right here. And I need to line this point up with where I ended. And I see that the light, it's a little hard to see. I do need to move it up. And hopefully you can see it. I know it is a little, there's glare. I got a real sunny day today, but I'm trying to line up that start point with where I ended. And it looks like I'm right there. And here you can see my tail, and then you can see the start point on the next design. So let me just move the camera back. And now that I have it lined up, what I like to do is use the advanced stitch key and advance the design one step. This is where it's going to start. And I can look and I can see if I'm exactly lined up by pressing needle down. And it looks like I am exactly where I need to be. So what I'm going to do, I press needle down, I press needle up. And what I'm doing is I'm bringing up my bobbin thread. So I've got my bobbin thread, my top thread, and then this was my thread that I ended with. You want all these to be on the top side of the hoop, because what we're going to do is after it's done stitching, I'm going to thread a needle with these tails, and I'm going to take it to the back side. Now, again, this project isn't a quilt, meaning there is no backing on it right now. There is no fabric down here on the bottom. But if you were doing an actual quilt, you would have backing fabric on, and you would want to bring the tails to the back side, knot them off, and bury them in the layers. One thing I want to do also, and let me show you this on the machine, come back. You want to turn your cutter off. So, meaning when this machine, when the design starts or stops, you want the cutter to be turned off, and it's going to be in color trim. Just click it so that it's not highlighted, because you want those long tails. You don't want the machine to knot and cut the tails so that it leaves a knot on the back side. You want your back side to look as nice as the front side does. So I'm going to turn you back to the machine because we're getting ready now to stitch this step. I'm going to lower the foot, press the button, and it's going to start stitching. Keep that little thread out of the way a little bit. And it's going to go and it's going to stitch the top half of the design. So we'll let this stitch. And then we're going to go into my design center, which is kind of the built-in digitizing part of the machine. My design center is on the Luminaire. It's on the 10 needle, and I believe it's on a few of the other top-of-the-line Brother machines. You can see that this design is like it's an actual quilting design. It's doing a running stitch, and it's continuous, and it's going to end up looking really cute. I think the sewing motif is a really cute little design. It can be used on so many things. So if you were doing a large quilt, you could size these two built-in designs on the Luminaire to whatever size you needed, so that you could do some simple math and resize the quilting file so that it would fit your quilt perfectly, going across the width and going top to bottom. That's why I like using these two built-in designs, because you had that option of changing the size on them. It only takes a couple of minutes for these designs to stitch. If you were doing a large quilt, after this portion got done stitching, you would line up your next file and go ahead and stitch it. While this is finished stitching, I think I will change the camera, and I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by when I say lining up another file. All right, so this is the project I've been working on. It's a little fall quilt, and I've been doing this type of quilting on it. I've been using the dime magnetic hoop. Let me just kind of hold it up here a little bit for you. And you can probably see, let's find where I ended. I ended right over here. Here, let's see, where's my tail at that I ended? Here it is. So again, this is my tail that I ended, this file here. Now I'm ready to line up my next file. I like to print them out sometimes just so that, you know, it gives me an idea of how it's going to get laid out. But I would just rehoop this again in my magnetic hoop, line up where the next file starts with where I ended, and stitch this file, then go unhoop, line it up again, and continue stitching. Let me show you the back. That's where you can really see the quilting on this. Hopefully you can see it. So it's these little sunflowers that I've been stitching on here. I've been using Cuddle Minky on the back side, and it's just, it looks beautiful. You can't even tell where I stopped and started on this. So this is kind of what I'm talking about to do. If you are doing a quilt, we are doing a small little project today. Anyone in the AllBrands booth can help you. The brother educators can show you more of this in depth and answer a lot of the questions that you have. Let's go back to the machine and see what's going on with what I've been stitching. All right, so the file is done stitching. I've got the second one. You're going to notice that I didn't cut the tails because the machine, I told it not to. So I'm just going to leave a long tail here. And if I were doing a quilt, again, whoops, if I were doing a quilt, I would line my next file up here and then quilt it. And that's it. How easy this is to do, especially with the projector that's built in on the machine. But we're going to take this and we're going to turn it into that little in the hoop project. I will take a needle and thread and thread these tails and bring them to the back side. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't have my glasses on and it would take me a while to do it. So we're just going to pretend that I threaded these tails and I pulled them to the back side of the hoop and knotted them off. So let's get ready now to turn this into our little mat, our in the hoop project that we're going to use our quilted fabric on. So let's go back to the screen of the machine. I'm going to hit OK because I'm finished embroidering. Go back to the little house that takes me home, asking me to cancel what's on the screen. That's OK. Okay, so to make our mat, we're going to go into my design center. This is the digitizing part of the machine. It's the built-in kind of auto digitizing section. And we're going to make the in the hoop part that's going to stitch the mat together. So if you let's look at our mat again, and you're going to see it's a big rectangle, how it got stitched together. So I need a shape. Let's go into shapes. And I'm going to pick a square. And I'm going to hit OK. Now I did a little measuring to determine how big of a rectangle that I need to stitch my mat together. And let's go into size to get that size figured out. It needs to be about 9¼ inches wide. So I'm going to use the button that's going to make it larger. And I'm watching that bottom number because I want to get to 925. Almost there. There 925 is the width. That's the bottom number. The height, I needed that to be at about 11.65. And okay, I'm there. I'm going to hit OK. Now, it defaults to a zigzag stitch. You can see the big zigzag up there. I don't want my mat to be sewn together with a zigzag. So I'm going to hit that zigzag, and it takes me to the line properties. What I want is a running stitch, and that's the second icon here. I'm going to change to a green color only so that you can see the change that's going to happen. To apply that running stitch, I need to hit the bucket that's under the line properties and then touch the rectangle that I created, and it turned green. So now the stitch will stitch all the way around, and we need an opening so that we can turn it to the right side when it's finished. So I'm going to make an opening by using the eraser. When the eraser opens up, it gives you two choices. You could have a round eraser or a square. I'll just use a square. You can make the eraser larger if you want. I'll just make it a little bit larger so maybe you can see it a little bit better. And so I'm going to make my opening at the top. So I'm just going to take my finger and erase what I think looks like a good opening. I'm going to hit OK. So now this is ready to stitch out. I'm going to hit next. On this screen, if I wanted to, I could edit this. Let's say, for example, I wanted a triple stitch maybe to stitch this together. I could hit edit, then the triple stitch and hit OK, and it would change it for me. Now it's going to, we're done with this. We're ready to move on. When you hit set, it tells you that it's going to convert the embroidery pattern, and we're going to leave my design center, and it's asking you if that's okay. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm on the embroidery part of the machine. So we're going to get ready to embroider this. I hit embroidery. Now, how do I know that this rectangle that I created is going to stitch where it needs to? We're going to use the projector again. So I'm going to hit the cone. It's going to project this big rectangle onto the screen. I'm going to drag the box down here to the bottom so that I can see where it lines up. And let's see if I can get you to be able to see where it lines up. So this green line, this straight line, it's right here. You can see it's kind of high. I mean, I need it to be just a little bit above those ending lines right there, my thread tails. So I'm going to use my arrow buttons and I'm going to move the pattern down. See how it came down? I can bring it down as much as I need it to be. I just want to make sure that my stitch line, and it kind of goes a little crazy with the colors when you get close to it like this. But my stitch line now is right here. My thread tails are below it, so I know that I'm good. I'm going to use the box, and I'm moving the box all the way up to the top because I want to make sure that this little ending area up here is not going to be seen when the design gets done stitching, when it stitches it all together. So it looks like it's going to be good. I'm hitting OK. But wait, I want a pocket. And I'm going to try to move this a little bit closer so that you can see it. So to add a pocket, all I did was I took a folded piece of fabric, the same width as the fabric I have in the hoop. I folded it wrong sides together and pressed it, and that's going to be my pocket. I could use either side. I like this side better. And I'm going to place it really wherever I want, just knowing that my stitch line, when it stitches it together, is about right here. So I need to have this end of the fabric, the raw edge, so that make sure that it's going to be caught by the stitch line. And that looks like it's going to be good. All I need is one more piece of fabric, and this will lay right side down over the top of the hoop. Let me just get it over there. And remember, we would have taken these thread tails and threaded them in a needle and brought them to the back side. This is all nice and smooth, and I'm ready to stitch. So I'm just going to push the go button, and it's going to stitch all the way around in a running stitch, and it's going to leave an opening there at the top of the hoop, and that's how we're going to turn this to the right side. So this is one that I stitched previously, the exact same way. I have taken it out of the hoop. I trimmed around it. I trimmed a 1/4 inch past the stitching all the way around. There's my 1/4 inch. I left it longer at my opening because I'm going to have some fabric to be able to turn in and hide it. And I clipped my corners diagonally to get the bulk out of them. All I have to do is reach inside. And I will show you on this one, there's where I brought those thread tails to the back and knotted them off. And I'm just going to turn this. I'm going to get my little tool that I like to poke my corners out. And our little project is going to be done. Let me try and see if I can't get you to see that quilting file there. See how nicely it lined up. Once I turn my raw edges in, I can close them with hand sewing. I can close them with fusible tape. It's not really going to matter. Get all those threads down inside and give it a nice press. And you can see I have my little mat with my pocket here to put notions or anything in. And that's really how easy it is to create something like this in the hoop and with an all over type of quilting design.
All right, y'all. So that was Reen Wilcoxson doing a demo on the awesome XP2. And I love that sewing machine, Matt. I think it's adorable. So guys, this is our last demo of the day coming up right now. We've got Heather Banks. I don't even know what else to say besides what an incredible weekend this has been. Thank you. Thank you so very much for those of you who are watching and have been watching over the course of the weekend. We cannot thank you enough for all of your support, for your purchases, everything. It's just been, and just hanging out in the chat, most importantly, that has been the most fun part of all of this. I've been having a great time just hanging out with you guys, talking about stuff. And sure enough, like, you convinced me to bring my quilt that I was a little embarrassed by to hang up, and I got some nice feedback on it. So that makes me really happy. This has been amazing. And I just want to say, I think it's really incredible how welcoming and positive and just fun the sewing and quilting and embroidery community that we have fostered here is. It's just an absolutely amazing place to be. It's a great place to work. I'm so thankful every single day that I get to come to a job that has people like that I get to work for. I'm at people like you's behest. You know, it's just, y'all are great. You are absolutely amazing. You have made my entire weekend so much better. This has been such a great day. This has been such a great day. It's been such a great week. Again, there are so many people that I need to thank for making this happen. So many people who have made this happen. We are quite literally all hands on deck right now. We've been working around the clock this entire weekend to make this truly an awesome experience, both in person and virtually. And I am so glad that you have enjoyed it. So just a few final reminders before we do this next demo. Guys, remember to follow us on social media. Remember that we are still running that mask competition down at allbrands.com/mask. And remember, we are having some issues with our social media entries. So we went ahead and took off the social media option on the entry form. So please make sure that you are submitting those on the website. You can go ahead and upload your photo right there, and that will put it in the gallery. And make sure you're voting for your favorites too. That's going to be great. You can win so many awesome prizes. Like, it's going to be a great time. So we're going to announce that winner on the All Brand show next Thursday. Now, with that said, let's hop on over to our next demonstration. Heather Banks is going to be demonstrating on the SDX225F. This machine you can purchase online right now. I'm going to go ahead and link this in the chat for you right now, so you have it and you can take a look at it. This machine is awesome, and you can buy it online right now. So if you have ever considered purchasing a ScanNCut, this is such a fantastic machine. We've got it on there. Add it to your cart. Think about it. I would do it. Yeah, I'm speechless with how amazing this has been. Moving on to the demo from Heather. Let's go ahead and bring that in, and then we will wrap this up and I will say goodbye. But Heather is on first with the SDX225F. Let's see her.
Hi, from the AllBrands booth at Quilt Festival. I'm Heather Banks, one of your brother educators, and in this session, I'll be demonstrating the ScanNCut SDX225F. Stay with me and I'll show you how this machine can take your sewing, embroidery, and crafting to the next level. Today I'll be talking about the ScanNCut SDX225F, a dealer exclusive ScanNCut model from Brother. This is an electronic cutting machine with a scanner all in one. You can get started using it right out of the box. The 225F comes with two different mats, the standard mat and the fabric, as well as two additional blades and a variety of accessories. It comes with a standard black auto blade, the thin fabric auto blade, two erasable markers for fabric, and an assortment of colored markers. Additionally, it comes with a starter fabric project for making keychains. Everything needed to create these keychains is included in the box, so you can get started creating them as soon as you get it out and start working. If you've ever wanted to cut fabric with a ScanNCut, this may be the perfect model for you. With this beautiful 5-inch full color display, you can create and edit designs very simply and easily. And one of my favorite things is that it's a standalone model. There's no need for software or a computer. Let's take a look at some of the shapes and patterns that are built into the machine. There are over 1,300 designs built directly into the ScanNCut SDX 225. As you can see, there is a wide variety of patterns to choose from. And these patterns can be used for anything from card making to cutting cork to cutting fabric appliques. You'll find shapes for the holidays, for animals, designs perfect for kids, weddings, and of course, that's not including all of the images that you can bring into the machine using the scanner. Let's take a closer look at the quilting category. There are 140 quilt blocks built into the ScanNCut. Imagine cutting intricate quilt designs with the accuracy of a ScanNCut blade. There's really not much to it. All you have to do is select a pattern and then edit it to the size of your choice, place it on the mat, and cut. Let's walk through how we might cut part of a block out. You can see here that each piece is differentiated. By clicking on it, I can see how many pieces will be in the block and which one it's referring to. If I click on this option at the end, then all of the parts at one time will be placed on the mat. Let's just choose one. Let's choose the corner triangles. We'll place them on the mat and we can move them around at this point. You'll notice that there is a line inside of the outline. Let me show you why. The ScanNCut will automatically place a seam allowance inside. We can change the width of the seam allowance. As you can see here, it will default to the 1/4 inch. And with that 1/4 inch seam allowance, we can draw it onto our fabric. Let's go ahead and start out just by cutting out these triangles so you can see how easy it is to cut out your quilting pieces. I just have a piece of plain fabric here. There isn't anything on the back like a fusible. This is just 100% cotton. Let's load the mat into the machine. It's not difficult. Simply place one hand at the top and then use your other hand to press the load button. It should slide in very slowly and easily, just like you see here. Next, we're going to add our blade. We're using the thin fabric auto blade because this is a thin fabric without a backing, and we're also using the fabric mat. Adding the blade isn't difficult. Just drop it in and lower the lever to lock it into place. Okay, let me show you this. This is the background scan feature, and it's something that makes the ScanNCut completely unique from other machines on the market. You can see that the mat is being scanned back and forth into the machine. The machine is capturing an image of the material on the mat, and this image will show up on the screen. This will allow us to use any size of fabric on the mat. Okay, you can see our image on the screen. Just drag your shape over on top of the fabric. You can fussy cut, figure out exactly where you want it. Then we'll press OK, and we'll tell the machine what to do. We're going to be cutting it out in this instance. We always recommend doing a test cut the first time you're cutting a material. And here I'm just choosing from the shapes in the menu, and I'll use a circle. Now I need to get that circle over onto my fabric, just a piece that I won't be using. So I'm going to move it over here down to the bottom using these arrows. This is just a small test cut. It will tell me that my blade depth is correct for this material. Okay, so you can see here that the blade is moving down to that corner and cutting a small circle from the corner of the fabric. Now we've peeled back the fabric and you can see that's a perfect circle. It did a great job, so I'm ready to start cutting out my project. Now we're moving on to the triangles. It measures the depth of the mat and then it knows how deep to cut. This is our auto blade technology. There's no dialing in a depth for the blade or needing to tell a separate program how far to cut. Okay, let's peel back our fabric and see how we did. I'm liking the way this looks. Perfect triangles. Notice the dog ears. If you're a quilter, the dog ears are cut off the ends of the triangle to make lining them up for sewing so much easier. Now I'm just gently lifting them away, and you can see that I got perfect triangles ready to use in my quilt block. Now, what if I wanted to draw in those seam allowances I showed you earlier? I'm going to go ahead and put in my water erasable marker that is included with a ScanNCut and drop it into the blade holder. Next, I'm going to load a piece of fabric. Now, this fabric is wrong side up in this case because I want to be able to see my seam allowances as I sew my block together. Again, we're going to use that background scan. It's so important for being able to place materials directly over the fabric. You don't have to worry about accidentally having your shape in the wrong place or needing to use a piece of fabric that's as big as the mat. Simply use the right size for you. You can use your scraps this way because you know you'll be able to drag your material over on top. Now here I just darkened the background because I used a lighter fabric. And again, I'm just drawing my shapes over them. And instead of cutting, we're going to go ahead and do the drawing of the seam allowances. So we're going to press OK and then go to, instead of cut, we will choose draw. Perfect. Now we'll press start and the machine will begin drawing out our seam allowances. In this case, we used a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you can see that blue very clearly. And that is perfect. That's our seam allowance. Now we're ready to do the actual cutting. So I'm not going to move the fabric or change anything. I'll simply press finish, go back to select and press cut. And now the machine understands the difference and we'll be able to cut out our triangles just like we did before, but this time we added a seam allowance. As I mentioned before, this machine has auto blade technology, so it is automatically extending the depth of the blade as much as needed to cut this piece of cotton. Were it a piece of foam or cork, it would extend at the appropriate amount as well. That's one of the really wonderful features about this machine. As we peel away our fabric, you can see that we have the same shape. The dog ears are cut off the edges of the triangle, but in this case, we are looking at the wrong side of the fabric, and we are looking at the blue 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now you notice I'm gently taking this off the mat because I don't want the fabric to fray. But here you go. This is a really nice close-up of the wrong side of the fabric with the wash away seam allowances. Here are some examples of blocks that I have made using the built-in quilt blocks in the ScanNCut. Here's a fun quilt made using circles cut on the ScanNCut. Once again, using that background scan, we were able to move the circles directly over the fabric squares. Once the circles were cut out, it was simply a matter of sewing them onto some background squares, then assembling them into a small quilt. But this is just an example of how you can use shapes in the ScanNCut to create quilts or really any project. Let's talk more about Brothers Auto Blade technology. The ScanNCut can cut materials up to 3 millimeters thick, and here you can see an example of 2 pieces of cork that have been fused together being cut. As we remove it from the mat, you'll be able to see that it did a fabulous job cutting out all corners, and we can even pop out the tiny little circle at the center, and it did an equally great job cutting out that as well. We've looked at fabric without a backing, but let's look at one with a fusible backing. In this case, I'm using the standard black top auto blade, and you can clearly see that this piece of fabric has a fusible on the back, and I am laying it with the fusible side down, and I'm going to throw away the paper. Now here's a simple shape that I'm cutting in the ScanNCut. Again, the blade is testing the depth of the fabric against the mat. So the auto blade technology does not require you to dial in a blade depth at any place. This is a standalone machine, and it can figure out the depth of your material all on its own. As we peel away the fabric, you can see that it is a perfect cut, and I'm able to remove the fusible backing from the mat. It would now be ready to fuse to any project really for applique. Let's change gears and look at something totally different. Vinyl is such a popular medium today, whether it's heat transfer vinyl or craft vinyl. I have craft vinyl here on my mat in the machine, and craft vinyl is something like a sticker with a paper backing on it. We're going to choose a design, and again, I mentioned we have a lot of holiday designs, so let's look at something Halloween themed. We'll choose the witch for this particular project. You can change the size and make any alterations to it. Now I'll set this down onto my mat. Again, here is that background scan, so very important. I'm just using a very small piece of craft vinyl, and if I didn't have the ability to scan, I wouldn't know where to put the witch on the mat. I would probably have to waste a lot of vinyl in order to make sure that the entire mat was covered. But here you can see I'm just going to drag my witch design over on top of my vinyl and press cut. Now before we continue, there's one very small but important difference that we need to do. The ScanNCut SDX 225 has a feature called half cut. When we turn on the half cut setting, this means that the blade will automatically only cut through half of our material. This would only be used really with vinyl. You always have a carrier sheet or a paper backing with vinyl, and you don't want to cut through that. In the past with other machines, you may have to try to dial in a number and determine exactly how much the blade should extend. However, with the ScanNCut DX and this 225, the blade will determine that all on its own, which is a pretty amazing feature. Right now you can see that it's cutting, and then we will remove it from the mat, and you'll be able to see that the paper backing will be completely intact. Notice as I turn the paper over, there are no cut marks. The blade did not extend past the vinyl. I slowly peel away the top layer of vinyl to reveal the design that's been cut as well as the paper backing. You can see how beautifully this has been cut, and the back of my paper is completely intact. There we go. It did a great job. I'm ready to put it on my project. You may be wondering what some of the other features are you might use the scanner for. Here's an example of handwriting that I've placed on a piece of cardstock. I want to be able to cut this out, but I want the outside of my design to be recognized. The ScanNCut can definitely do this. We're going to go ahead and scan it into the machine using a feature called Direct Cut. Once it's done scanning, the design will appear on the screen and we can crop it. After that, all we have to do is cut it out. So here I'll press cut, and then we'll give the machine a minute to process it. As I said, we're only cutting cardstock in this example, but you could use this with really any different designs you may have. Let's lift that up off of the mat, and you can see what a beautiful job the ScanNCut did, recognizing the outline of my design and cutting it. Another great feature of the ScanNCut DX is its ability to read embroidery files. If you applique, this is going to be great for you, but there are other uses for this as well. It can read your PES files in addition to your Luminaire or Dream Machine files, as well as the Stellaire. This includes PES, PHC, and PHX files. Let's pull up a few examples of embroidery designs. Here's a design that came over from the Luminaire as a PHX file. You can see it looks just like it would in the Luminaire. If I press the flower button, then I'm given the option to bring it onto the screen. In this case, it's not an applique, but I do have other options. I could draw it, emboss it, or even foil it. There was no conversion required to bring this embroidery design over from the embroidery machine to the ScanNCut, and you can see that it came over with all of the detail it had as an embroidery design. Let's open another embroidery design. In this case, this design will be an applique. This will be a quilt block. However, this design is an embroidery design that was built into the Luminaire. If I push the flower button, I'm again given the same options. I can break this down into its individual pieces and cut out each one individually. Here it is as the finished design, which again could be drawn. But since it's an applique, I wanted to cut out the individual pieces to be turned into my finished embroidery design. Let's look at one more example. We'll pull another embroidery design, this one again from the Luminaire. If I go into the B pocket in the ScanNCut, I'll find the other two designs that we've already worked with, plus a new one. This floral design has an applique already built in. So I'll go ahead and press Set. And then this is the flower that I want to cut out for my applique. Again, no conversion was required. All I did was plug it straight into the ScanNCut and pulled up the embroidery design. Here are a few examples of what I've done with this. First off, I've stitched it out as indicated. It's an applique. Here I've drawn it. Here's an example where I've foiled the embroidery design, and here is an embossed embroidery design. Imagine doing this with your embroidery designs when paired with a ScanNCut. Another great feature is the auto layout feature. Let's go ahead and choose a design. We'll put a flower applique on the mat, something that comes directly out of the quilt applique category. If you scroll down, you'll see there are a lot of applique designs. We're just going to use this simple flower. Now I have a lot of petals to cut, and I want to make sure that I conserve as much fabric as possible. Let's ungroup this flower so that I can move those petals out and we can use the auto layout feature. If I go into here, I can ungroup, and this will allow me to pull each of those petals out. Now, what can I do to make those petals be in a position to cut with the least amount of fabric? I'm going to go ahead and use auto layout. You can see there are 3 choices. Each one will give you a slightly different direction of the petals. So just playing around with each one will let you see which way you'd prefer to go. Here I've already cut out my petals, and I'm peeling away my piece of fusible backed wool. They were cut beautifully and perfectly. I even did a test cut. From there, the petals were positioned onto a piece of fabric and sewn into a pillow. There really is so much you can do with a ScanNCut. Check out AllBrands' amazing prices this week, and thank you for joining me.
I just realized I was muted. So that was Heather Banks demonstrating the SDX225F. And you guys, what a phenomenal quilt fest weekend this has been. Thank you all so very much for staying tuned in and watching and commenting and enjoying all of this. It's been so much fun, and I am so honored that I have gotten the chance to hang out with you all over the course of this weekend. So this is AllBrands signing off for the Houston Quilt Festival, but remember, follow us on social media. We will keep you updated on all of the things that we've got going on. We're also doing the AllBrands show every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central. So make sure you check out the AllBrands show this Thursday. We're going to be announcing the winner of the mask decorating contest, and I believe the winner of the BQ 950 giveaway. So stay tuned for that. Now, with that said, make sure you're following us on social media. Rewatch the replay of this video if you haven't yet, or if you'd like to, over on our YouTube channel when it goes live right after we finish broadcasting. And y'all, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Have a happy, safe Halloween. Enjoy your evening. Go eat some candy, watch a spooky movie, whatever you like. And we will see you again very, very soon on Thursday night. Or Thursday afternoon, my bad. All right, guys, take care. Have a great day, and we'll see you again very soon. Bye, everybody.